Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Reports from committees.
The member for Tinapuna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present paper number 1, the 7th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, 4th session 2023 to 2024, 12th Parliament on an examination of the state of the regulation and administration of public and private early childhood institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Honourable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress when the House adjourned on Friday, January 26, 2024, will be resumed. Be it resolved that this House call on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the health sector. The members who have participated in the debate thus far are as follows. The mover of the motion, the member for Caroni East, Dr. Richard Sicharan, the Minister of Health, member for St. Joseph, Honorable Terence Dial Singh MP, member for Faizabad, Dr. Lakram Bodo, member for Dabidi Umera, Honorable Lisa Morris Julian MP, member for Komuto Manzanilla, Dr. Rai Ragbe MP, who has 4 minutes of original speaking time remaining, as well as the honourable member is entitled to another 15 minutes extended time should he wish to avail himself of such. Would you be availing yourself of such, member? Yes? So I will not interrupt you at the end of the 4 minutes, so you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a wonderful, blessed day to all my colleagues on both sides. Madam Speaker, sometimes on our side here, I feel left alone. You can't see my smile, you can't hear me, but I'm here today. But I know as a man of the cloth, the last shall be first and the first shall be last. So, Madam Speaker, in the little time that I have, I want to focus on our little ones, specifically mental health in the adolescents. Mental health is an integral part of our general health and well-being and a basic human right. About, yes, 1 in 8 people in this world have some form of a mental disorder. It is very, very common. And since that global pandemic, COVID-19, it has increased in leaps and bounds. The economic consequences of mental health conditions are enormous. I want to focus specifically on adolescents. And when you hear the word, Madam Speaker, adolescent, I'm referring to that age group from the age of 10 to 19. And apart from anxiety, stress, depression, they have bipolar disorders, schizophrenia. Depression is very, very common. And here in Trinidad and Tobago and in our CARICOM, suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death within that age group between 15 to 24. 15 to 24. Sadly, we saw recently a young lady took her life, 18 years old. Condolences to the family. She hung herself in her brother's room. We will never understand what transpired, but what we will understand is what's happening to the young generation. You know, there's a new terminology now called the Gen Z generation, Madam Speaker, and that goes from 12, the Gen Z, to 27. It's a 15-year span. And what has happened now is that this generation, there's a pressure upon them from both at the school level, at the parental level, to excel academically in sports and other spheres. Some of these children come from single-member families or both parents. The parents may have lost their jobs. So there is a lot of stress that is emanating from these children. Another part of it is that when you ask those young children, and when I say young, again, we talk about the adolescents here, what do you want to be in terms of when you grow up, your career path? What is happening is that the people that have stood by you and you're looking on, that your parents may have lost their jobs. They may be career persons. You look at Trinidad and Tobago. There are so many in average professionals that are out there. The island effect, I like to call it. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, technical vocation, and many spheres. My colleagues, I must compliment Dr. Citran, or Member for Caroni East, for his wonderful presentation that he did and for bringing this motion. It is a wide motion, and this is it. Health is general. And that's why I choose to bring the young people there, and to all the speakers on this side. Now, because of that, those children, they don't know what to do. And in the secondary school system, we have the member for St. Anne's East. You have business, you have science. And they still don't know what career path to choose. And that amounts to a tremendous amount of stress. And even before the COVID-19, you'll see something, when you pull up the shirts for both young boys and girls, they are called cutters. The physical pain blunts the emotional pain, and that is still very rampant. And they keep that stress and anxiety onto themselves because, especially after that COVID, that bedroom where they stayed in for 2 years, that was a comfortable haven. Now it became a prison. So they would lash out at their siblings, they would lash out at their parents, because parents now, the guardians, they have a problem with discipline. You can't, each one of us here as adults got some form of flogging from our parents, our loved ones. And look how we turned out. But it's a different world now, not only Trinidad and Tobago. So our society has changed. Our children are telling us, knock on the door before you enter. Social isolation. Drug use. Let's talk about drugs. We have young boys and girls from a very tender age smoking, they're vaping, they're consuming large amounts of alcohol. And I have witnessed it. They chug these alcohol straight into the mouth, Madam Speaker, so that they could get a fast head. It's not the whiskeys and whatnot, it's a white rum and the high energy drinks, which has taurine and has caffeine. Yeah, of course, that raises your heart rate, but it could make them very ill. And recently, now you're seeing them gathering more in groups, boys and girls together or separately, and they're consuming these alcohol. It's going to affect that generation. And that's why we are looking at all the mental health disorders associated with alcohol and with some form of abuse. Many of these children come from homes that have some form of violence. when these children themselves cannot perform well academically, they are lured into other spheres where they could get an income, where they could get nice things. And this is where criminal activity, Madam Speaker, that they are lured into gangs. So now, adolescents 10 to 19, what's going to happen to our generation to come? As each one of us here, as we get older, what's going to happen to these children?
Honourable Member, you're about 8 minutes into your presentation. I just want to remind you, and I understand, you're dealing with mental illness, but I just want to remind you of what the resolution or the motion is, and therefore try to, in the remaining time that you have, get you back on track with respect to the motion itself. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. So how do we manage this? Mild to major depression, it's psychotherapy, counseling. We need a multi-pronged approach between Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, social workers. And before I come off this topic, I must tell you though, that sadly, that we have been seeing that more and more of our children getting depressed and they need more assistance. And recently in one of the dailies, I saw where the member for St. Joseph alluded to 61,000 visits from the age of 18 to 34 age group needed help in a very short space of time. And we keep asking, when and where are we going to put this in the schools so that the children can use that? And I'm going to leave that here and talk about something else. It's about adolescent obesity. I had mentioned previously about ultra-processed foods, Madam Speaker, and those are the fast foods. High saturated fats, extra salt, extra sugar, and we are getting an overweight population of young people. So that will lead to non-communicable disease at an earlier age. So that means diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, and two aspects, heart attacks and cancers. Heart attacks and cancers. Madam Speaker, the green mangoes fall and leave the ripe mangoes on the tree. That means our young population will not be productive in the late 20s and 30s. So who's going to do the jobs? Recently, we have seen now people with chest pains, with myocardial infarction. When they go to the emergency unit, sometimes they may not get the troponin enzymes. I understand that's the heart enzymes, because you could have a normal ECG. So we have to ensure that we have enough testing and treatment. The external patient program for angiograms and other form of testing for transplants and bypass surgery and angioplasty. We need to look at that program again, Member for St. Joseph, because there's so many people that's waiting on the list. I know it's tremendous and it's costly, but we need to look at a way that we can help the population of Trinidad and Tobago, because while waiting, many people die. Many people die. And I will continue by saying that our young people is our future. We need to take care of them. We need to ensure that we have a healthy population. And just as well, there's something that we need to understand with the adolescents in terms of sexual activity. There's a plethora of increased promiscuity without the absence of some form of protection. And we well know, if you look at the data, there's a large amount of sexually transmitted infections in Trinidad and Tobago, like the rest of the world. But we still need to protect our children. And that comes with education. And we need to start from very early age. The little ones, from 3 onwards, they're on the tablet, they're on the phone, and trust me, they know about things. When you want to tell them when they're 9 and 10 about the birds and bees, guess what? They will teach you about the birds and bees. So we cannot be naive, Madam Speaker. We have to be forthright and do what we have to do to protect our next generation. And Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you, and I want to recognize my colleagues and my colleague who brought this motion from Caroni East. Job well done. Thank you.
Some students. Member for San Fernando
Oh.
East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to participate in this motion. The motion itself, which is number 1 on our order paper, as I bring it to your attention, Madam Speaker, and as I take the chance to welcome our visiting Girl Guides in the public gallery, having served as a scout for all of my formative years, I have a great belief in the power of scouting and what it does for young people. So today's chamber, through you, Madam Speaker, we have the opportunity in this very important motion to discuss perspectives and, very importantly, Madam Speaker, to discuss how a narrative can affect the psyche of a population. My learned friend for Kumuto Manzanilla raised an extremely important point, which is sometimes underestimated depending upon the generation that you're in. My learned friend, a medical doctor, talented man, somebody I have great like for, the honourable member, raised the issue of our 10 to 19-year-old adolescents, and dare I say beyond, in the difficulty of mental health. We, the slightly older generation, Baratarius Hanwan excluded, we, Madam Speaker, sometimes trivialize mental health. We were brought up tough. We were let out on the streets to play. We got home at dark. Parents didn't worry where you were. Society did not involve cell phones. Today's world involves a phone call, and the first thing you hear somebody say when they say, hey, you answer the phone and say, hello, the first question you get is, where are you? Usually indicative of the line of questioning to say, are you safe? Where are you? Etc. But now we're in a generation bombarded by information. Bombarded. And we're in a generation, from a health perspective, and I'll come to the wording of the motion in a moment, it's not only bombarded by information, but it's bombarded by dangerously, selectively small aspects of information. Selectively small aspects of information, which fit into 10-second and 21-second dopamine hits. What do I mean? TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, headline, Loop News, CNC3 News. No condemnation of the fourth estate, the media, but what I'm saying is you see a headline. That headline clickbaits you. You jump to it. Younger generations are taught life is happy. John Brown has it easy. Look at that beautiful person. Look at that happy person. But equally joined in that conversation in the context of today's motion, we, the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, 41 of us on Private Members' Day, are invited by a senior member of the medical profession, again somebody that I have great respect for, my friend opposite, and listen to the motion that we are considering today. It is the duty of the government to provide safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare services. Agreed. Whereas the provision of human resources has not adequately met the demands for public health care, resulting in patients being subjected to long waiting times and postponement of clinic visits and surgeries. Whereas healthcare professionals do not have access to modern information, technology systems, lack access to suitable drugs, equipment, and facilities to deliver modern and advanced healthcare. Whereas healthcare workers have endured physical and mental stress in the delivery of public healthcare services, be it resolved that this House call on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement. The resolution, I must compliment the honourable member, is not the type that an opposition usually brings, which is one of condemnation, a condemnation of the Minister of Health, etc. It allows us to have a discussion today. But in this motion, we are now in society being fed in the clickbait of a headline, the small story, we're being fed with information which brings the wrong impression to people in Trinidad and Tobago. So let's start with where we are. We have a Ministry of Health that has an annual budget of roughly $7.4 billion. $7,400 million spent upon the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and anybody that passes through emergency health care, citizen or non-citizen. Secondly, we have a system where we have the Ministry of Health, and it runs the RHA models, the regional healthcare authorities created by statute. You have the Northwest Regional Health Authority, the North Central Regional Health Authority, the Eastern Regional Health Authority, the Southwest Regional Health Authority, and the Tobago Regional Health Authority. You have 5 of them. Those 5 entities get roughly 40% of that $7.4 billion. But, Madam Speaker, what is not told is the level of sophistication by number in the system. Are we doing well or not with what we have? Are we a country that pays for healthcare? As we were coming up to the chamber, the member for Diego Martin Central told me something, which I will share in the context of this motion. He said to me that one of his constituents had a child playing on a football field in Diego Martin. The child fell, broke his arm, was taken immediately to a private healthcare facility, a well-known one in the West. They said, yes, we can treat you. $65,000, please pay downstairs.
Serious?
$65,000, please pay downstairs. That parent took the child immediately to Mount Hope. The surgery was done, the medication provided, the bed was given, the aftercare done for absolutely no cost. None. Those stories can be told over and over again, but today we're dealing with the negative side. We accept that an opposition must bring certain challenges to air an issue out, but in society we have negative stories. So let's get to the example of the North Central Regional Health Authority, which Mount Hope Medical is a part of. Let's treat with that. Madam Speaker, if you look at that particular health authority, which comprises the Cora Hospital, the Eric Williams Complex, which is Mount Hope, the Mount Hope Women's Hospital, the Couva Hospital and Multi-Training Facility, the Arima Cluster, the Chaguanas Cluster, the St. Joseph Cluster, the Arima General Hospital Cluster, permit me, Madam Speaker, in saying that those 8 entities that are comprised in the NCRHA, which is basically nearly a quarter of Trinidad and Tobago, including the densely populated East-West corridor. Let's look at the throughput of numbers in the context of this motion. Madam Speaker, at these particular places, in answer to the opposition's motion, I can say that there is a diligent digitization effort, a diligent drug delivery management structure, I'll come to that, a diligent patient delivery structure. But Madam Speaker, permit me to give you an idea of one regional health authority, the NCRHA, North Central, of what their numbers look like. 2021, accident and emergency alone, these 8 entities had 153,860 people in A&E. 2022, 183,308. 2023, 204,155. That's 33% more patients seen in 2023 than 2021. Let me say that again. 204,155 patients alone in accident and emergency. Of course, when you get to accident and emergency, doctors are present, registrars are present, consultants are present, nurses are present, technicians are present 24 hours a day. How about general practice clinic? 2021, 93,000 odd. 2022, 98,000 odd. 2023, 116,000 odd. That's a 24% increase over 2021. Maternal and child health attendances, 89,000 2023. Financial year 22, 83,000. 21, 90,000. That was in a COVID year in particular. Madam Speaker, let's look at chronic disease clinics. 61,000 in 21, 60,000 in 22, 59,000 in 23. Radiology procedures, 215,000 people in 2021, 223,000 in 2022, 252,000 in 2023. Madam Speaker, laboratory diagnostics, listen to these numbers. 2021, 2,457,000 odd. 2022, 2.7 million diagnostics conducted. 2023, 2.575 million diagnostics done for free, Madam Speaker. Surgical procedures, 2023, 12,700. 2022, 9,134. 2021, 9,192. All for free. Clinic attendances, because Madam Speaker, you have people in the hospital and then you have people that attend at clinics. So apart from the millions of diagnostic tests, apart from the million plus attendances between, you're looking at accident and emergency, maternal, etc. These are all inpatient aspects, Madam Speaker. Outpatient for 2023, 166,000 people. 2022, 112,000 people. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't even get to the COVID numbers because they are in the hundreds of thousands as well. So permit me to put this into context now. $7.4 billion for Ministry of Health. That is to run Ministry of Health, the 5 RHAs, pay all the doctors, all the nurses, all the lab attendants, 40% of that across 5 regional health authorities, millions of patient hours, millions of diagnostic tests, millions, all for free, in a population of 1.4 million people, where we have a strong, robust, well-resourced private sector medical attendance. In our country, to get doctors to perform, doctors are allowed the privilege at law of being able to practice in the hospital and in their private practice. Nowhere else in the world does that happen for conflict of interest reasons. I can tell you, I confess, Madam Speaker, I have a son who's now a medical intern now, pulling the hours that all doctors do, 48 hours, 24 hours, etc. I see it myself. I haven't seen the number of hours that my colleagues opposite have seen, those medical doctors opposite. As a lawyer, I was accustomed to those hours myself, and in government I testify that law is no different. But Madam Speaker, 1.4 million people with millions. This is only the North Central Regional Health Authority figures I have just described. This is not Southwest, which is larger. This is not Northwest, which is more concentrated. This is not Tobago. This is not Eastern Regional Health Authority. One regional health authority I have just described, millions of diagnostic tests, millions of treatment hours, outpatient hours. And we think our country has a problem? In the perfect world, we would love to have everybody treated for free, immediately, on time, but we are on a national budget. Let's connect the dots. This motion asks for more Yes, more, but from where? The government says, let's get more. Let us allow people via a revenue authority to improve the revenue collection in this country so that we can have millions of more procedures in diagnostics. They say no. Let us allow for the public service to be reformed through digitization. They say no. Let us feed local government with property taxes and take it away from central government so that the health system can have more money. They say no. Madam Speaker, the only way a government runs itself is via that ugly word, tax. The question is, are you getting value for money? You don't mind paying for something you're buying. Is it worthwhile to you? Surely for the dad from Diego Martin Central whose son broke the arm, that fixing of the arm at Mount Hope for free was $65,000 that family did not have to pay. As a lawyer, I recall my days in private practice. As the Attorney General, I recall my days there. I remember all of the medical negligence suits, etc. I remember when people arrive at private institutions and they say, sorry, no money, no treatment. At least we have an alternative in this country. So where are we in the alternative? What is some of the other narrative out there? Let's get to the Northwest Regional Authority. Let's deal with a hot item in the news today and yesterday. A member of the medical fraternity, I don't often call names, but I'll say it today, Dr. Asante Leblanc, attended before a joint select committee which was televised, and therefore we all heard the contribution. The particular doctor made an allegation, a very bold statement, that oncology drugs are effectively not available, or they're outdated drugs that are being used, and effectively people walked away with the impression that cancer treatment in this country is not the kind of treatment you want. What did that cause? At the beginning of my contribution, I started off with the headline, the 10-second, the dopamine hit, cancer care, gone through in Trinidad. That's what you get when you see a headline. The Northwest Regional Health Authority and the Ministry of Health, and I dare say some of the most respected players in the field of oncology, cancer treatment, came out aggressively to say, no, 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 Trinidad and Tobago deserves better than that. Madam Speaker, it is a matter of record that this government has taken the treatment of cancer extremely seriously. How? How did we do that? This Minister of Health, this Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West, ensured, number one, whereas you will see movies over and over talking about people dying from cancer, kids having lost their hair, the desperation of childhood cancer, of cancer in a family. You're seeing people in the movies can't afford treatment, Madam Speaker. You're seeing raising of funds. In Trinidad and Tobago, cancer care treatment is available via the state for free, Madam Speaker. What is given for free? Number one, radiation services. Number two, oncology drugs, the treatment of drugs, chemotherapy, etc. Number three, aftercare services. Number four, some of the diagnostic services involved in there. Sometimes PET scanning, sometimes CT scanning, sometimes MRI scanning. Diagnostic services in Trinidad and Tobago, that is for free.
And palliative care.
Palliative care, for those who don't know, and again, this once brought me to tears in this parliament, literally. I remember independent Senator Corinne Baptiste McKnight, herself a cancer treatment patient, got to the point of not being able to survive, had to go into palliative care right there at St. James, it happens every time. I recall visiting her.
Me too.
I recall her lying down in her bed. I recall her laughing. Faris, I have a yellow blanket on me, don't read into it. But I recall her saying, God bless the people that treat me here for free as I live out my dying days in Trinidad and Tobago. Sorry to be a little emotional. She was a good soul, really good soul. But what I got to see there at St. James Medical was treatment with courtesy. Doctors who gave their lives and time at the expense of their families to treat people like that. Doctors who ensured that the palliative care came after chemotherapy, radiation therapy, etc. We got to see, Madam Speaker, some of the best of Trinidad and Tobago at work. So what did the Minister of Health pioneer? The Minister of Health pioneered, and the Honorable Prime Minister insisted that what we get was the St. James Radiation Facility. What is that? A LINAC, a linear accelerator nuclear machine that directly targets cancer treatment. That was put down for millions and millions of dollars at the St. James Health Facility. That was added to the stock of private sector that had the money before. Maybe you perhaps don't recall, but at Mount Hope there was supposed to be an oncology center. It went into litigation and frustration. The private sector stepped in particular the Brian Lara Treatment Center, as well as the Southern Medical Center. They came on board, Madam Speaker. They treat patients by the hundreds of thousands of patients over the years, and the government said, let us add to that stock by adding to the St. James facility where the palliative care goes, where people go to die in peace and are measured, Madam Speaker, and let us put the LINAC facility there. And so it was promised, and so it was opened, and now it performs, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, as I come back to Dr. Asante LeBlanc, permit me to use this opportunity in the confines of this motion to put out, there is no shortage of chemotherapy infusion pharmaceuticals in this country, including those used for breast and prostatic cancer. While chemotherapy drugs are short in other countries, Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is not experiencing any shortages. Madam Speaker, the confirmation of that comes from the media release of the Ministry of Health, that is dated March 21st, 2024, from the media release of the Northwest Regional Health Authority, 21st March 2024, Madam Speaker. And in that, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, confirmation myself from doctors in the field, some of the leading oncology experts in Trinidad, independent of these releases, have confirmed to me that every single drug in St. James is on the 2024 NCCN guideline or the WHO essential listing, or both. And that none of them are obsolete, Madam Speaker. None of them are obsolete. Let me put this into context. When we came into government, Madam Speaker, I was introduced to the term the VEN list, V-E-N list. Pharmaceuticals are purchased in Trinidad and Tobago, then under the Central Tenders Board Act, asking NIPDEC to purchase the drugs in something called the C40 program. NIPDEC, to purchase pharmaceuticals, would go to something called the VEN list, which is the essential drug list, and purchase from that list. I recall the horror I felt and the cabinet felt when we were told that purchasing on the VEN list, there were duplicates and triplicates of drugs. We had to eliminate approximately $150 million of expired drugs every year because the list was not refined. This Minister of Health, the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, refined the list, saving us hundreds of millions of dollars in purchasing, allowing in the press releases I have just referred to The NWRHA is able to confirm that whereas at their institutions they would have hundreds of thousands of dollars in expired drugs, they now have hundreds of dollars in expired drugs, Madam Speaker. Doing more with less. If your opposition says no to tax, your opposition says give us more, but we're not giving you the ability to get more. The opposition says no to borrowing limits. Madam Speaker, in this House, the country was faced with the request to raise the debt ceiling limit for development and for companies. Statutory authorities. Here the foolishness coming from Naparima to pay rent. Madam Speaker, fixated in his retirement. Madam Speaker, coming from the members opposite is a level of vile contribution that is so personal and puerile and obnoxious, Madam Speaker, that in the middle of serious contribution about a major issue of sourcing financing for the regional health authorities, which are statutory authorities at law, Madam Speaker, that Naparima could engage in absolute nonsense, Madam Speaker. A self-professed elder amongst us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's put this into context. We came to this country and said, via the Parliament, raise the debt ceiling limit so we can buy and invest in more. What is development, Madam Speaker? I'm going to come to that when I come to the Southwest Regional Health Authority and Mount Hope in particular. I'm tying it into this debate. Madam Speaker, in a place where, and my point being made was, there is the Minister of Health cutting the VEN list, cutting hundreds of millions of dollars in wasted expenditure in expired goods, getting down now to only merely hundreds of dollars. There is the minister, and I'll come to this on digitization in a short while, saying that, Madam Speaker, the digitization will again improve efficiencies. There is the government saying, let us develop the facilities at the Northwest Regional Health Authority, the North Central Regional Health Authority, the Eastern Regional Health Authority, the Southwest, the Tobago. What are we met with? A resounding no by the opposition. So you bring a motion, you want more, you say no to all of the remedies. It's like somebody saying, I'm hungry, but I want nothing you have to offer. But I want the food now. Give me the food now. No, I don't want anything you have to offer. And I'm not paying for it, and I want it for free, and I want it now. Madam Speaker, that Naparima sort of logic does not mesh with this government. That Naparima sort of logic is the abhorrence that people should have in mind as to what does not make sense, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, coming to conclusion on the cancer issue, permit me to say that the release from the Ministry of Health says the Trinidad and Tobago public healthcare system...
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary speaking time available. You're entitled to 15 more minutes extended time, if you so wish, to wind up your presentation.
Should it please you, Madam Speaker?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, so the media release from the Ministry of Health dated 21st March 2024 says, public healthcare system provides free chemotherapy and radiation for patients at St. James, Southern Medical, Brian Lara treatment at an annual cost of nearly $41 million per year. In relation to drugs for treatment of cancer, for the period 2021 to 2023, approximately, here this figure, $246 million expended on the drugs alone for treatment of cancer. Madam Speaker, in relation to the Northwest Regional Health Authority, they have a digitized environment, and I'll come to this in slightly larger detail at Mount Hope and Southwest Regional. At their hospitals, their health record system ensures electronic record system, inventory and pharmacy management, full-feature patient interaction system, analytical and digital dashboarding. And Madam Speaker, there is no shortage of drugs. So, Madam Speaker, insofar as the Minister of Health has spoken already, I am taking this opportunity nationally to publicly refute the statements made and televised in a Joint Select Committee coming from a particular member of the medical fraternity, Dr. Asante LeBlanc. Respectfully, I don't know the lady, I don't know the context that the Honourable Doctor spoke in, but I'm putting it on the record from the information I have.
She's an excellent GP.
Madam Speaker,
Excellent GP.
let's
Excellent GP.
get, Madam Speaker, to the position of where are we going now.
She's an excellent GP.
Madam Speaker, in the entire government, whole of government system, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the ambition of the government is to have each arm of government coordinating with the next. It's why the Honourable Prime Minister created the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Madam Speaker, in my capacity serving in the 8 years as the AG and Minister of Legal Affairs, I can tell you the courts have been digitized, legal affairs has been digitized. The first ministry in the Caribbean to have online payments was the Ministry of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. We took birth certificates and put them digital. We took companies, etc. But that experience is now in local government, as my gazetted responsibility now is to deliver those services. And local government, in combination with the Ministry of Health, by the blessing of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we are providing resources for the full digitization of the San Fernando aspects in the Southwest Regional Health Authority at the San Fernando General Hospital and at the Mount Hope Facilities North Central Regional Health Authority. What does that mean? It means, Madam Speaker, that patient records will be able to move faster. It means, Madam Speaker, that diagnostic intervention can happen at real-time basis by the use of technology at bedside. It means more jobs in the digital transformation aspects of health. It means, Madam Speaker, that you can manage the data better, exactly as the Minister of Health did in the Venn list, in going through the list to see why it is we were spending $150 million a year in expired goods that we bought too much of. Madam Speaker, you get that facility now at the other aspects of healthcare in the 5 regional health authorities. Madam Speaker, what we get to do at local government now is to add local economic development in these catchment basins. So, Madam Speaker, I gave you an idea at the North Central Regional Health Authority of millions of diagnostic positions. Madam Speaker, if you look at the Mount Hope Hospital, the Eric Williams Complex, and you look at San Fernando General, you are looking at millions of patient hours a year. Local economic development allows us the proper entry in those campuses to provide local economic boosts, to provide business places, to provide structures for pharmacies, to provide a food court, Madam Speaker. I confess, I watch my son packing lunch and dinner every day from home, and I said to him, well, where are you going with food? Last time you packed a box, you was in high school. I'm a doctor. They have no food in the hospital that you could buy for sale at particular hours. Because during COVID, a lot of the establishments had to be reorganized because of patient contact and COVID contamination, and therefore businesses began to fold there. The Minister has instructed the Minister of Health that there's a need for resurgence in those services, and therefore local economic development at the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government now ties into the Ministry of Health to provide job opportunities and structures, Madam Speaker. That's called whole of government structuring, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Digital Transformation is leading the charge for a unique identification number for all people in this country, even visitors. What does that allow? It allows harmonization of records. It allows disability grant to be tied into patient care upon confirmation. It allows maternity grants. It allows for other forms of grants paid for by the Ministry of Social Development or under the Office of Prime Minister or under the Minister of Health to be integrated into one module, tied into the Ministry of Legal Affairs, etc., Madam Speaker. You see, what the members opposite don't quite grasp is that all of the systems have to be working together. There's a reason why the tagline of the AG's office under my tenure established was bringing the pieces together, because that repository of information had to be harmonized across the basis of government, Madam Speaker. But our Prime Minister has led the charge to say we need to make sure we eliminate waste and corruption and mismanagement from the flow of money. How do we get more for $7.4 billion? I'll tell you in San Fernando General's context. If you look at San Fernando General Hospital, and my friend from Faizabad will be well accustomed, he was chairman of SWRH at one point. He's practiced at the San Fernando General Hospital. He's one of our leading persons in obstetrics and gynecology. Madam Speaker, 60% of the campus, if not 70% of the campus, is derelict. Old buildings, nurses' quarters. It's an old colonial hospital. The government focused its efforts on building Point Fortin, on building other facilities to lighten the load of the San Fernando General. But at San Fernando General, the Ministry of Rural Development, in the local economic development, we have done the condition survey and the engineering survey to tear down the buildings, and then the minister will consider, under the confines of the public procurement law and advice that the cabinet may give, how you invite the private medical sector onto the campus so that pharmacies can be built at San Fernando General, physical therapy, any form of medical related services in one campus. Why? Because we're building the waterfront as we speak. We've built the hospital car park. We've rehabilitated the roads. We have rehabilitated the structures. The whole of government is coming together. So for the people of San Fernando, the redevelopment of the San Fernando General Hospital stands now as an opportunity for business growth, which leads to medical growth, which leads to medical tourism, which relates to better value for money for our citizens, so that the many people who are on the outside of the position. And Madam Speaker, I accept plainly and truthfully that there are problems in the system, in the healthcare system, as there are in any system. The problems that do exist have to be remedied. They can only be remedied by the application of planning, of integration, and of financing, and then over a course of time, getting to step 10, but you identify you're at step 1 or step 2, but you must have a line of sight where you wish to go. And I would like to say, Madam Speaker, as I come to an end, I've worked with the Minister of Health, the member for St. Joseph, for 14 years now. I worked with the Minister of Health for 8 years. 2.5 of those years were spent in COVID. I have dealt with the Minister of Health and the entire Ministry of Health team, Dr. Roshan Parisram, Dr. Avery Hines, Dr. Miriam Richards, Dr. Othello, Dr. Trotman, and many others, the regional health authorities, the volunteers, the structures. Madam Speaker, I want to publicly salute the member of St. Joseph as the hardest working, most efficient, most outstanding Minister of Health in the history of this country, Madam Speaker. And I have no fear of contradiction in saying that. I want to lay it on the Parliament record, because I was there in the midnight and 2 a.m. hours when the opposition had me in court fighting COVID and fighting regulations and want to strike everything down using sunlight to cure COVID. It was the Minister of Health, the Minister of National Security, and the Attorney General with the Prime Minister and medical team that had to hold up the country in COVID. And Madam Speaker, that was brutal. And I add here for the public record, the CPC's department at the AG's office, when we were drafting regulations from scratch, from my head to paper, via the intellect and ability of the CPC's department, to make sure that we withstood. Ultimately, the opposition went to the Privy Council challenging our COVID regulations and lost. And they had to pay costs.
Have they paid it?
So, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for this motion to put from the government's perspective some of the plans, activities, and improvements on the record. I'm grateful for this motion to be heard and ventilated in the presence of some of our younger folk, our Girl Guides, Madam Speaker, who get to hear some of what debate and contribution looks like. I accept this is a very emotive and heart-wrenching motion. I accept that all of us are going to interact with the healthcare system at some point and have interacted at some point. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to congratulate and to compliment all of the healthcare workers in this country for their amazing job in dealing with millions of contact hours, Madam Speaker. And I thank you for this opportunity to contribute.
Honourable members, please join me in welcoming the young ladies from the various squadrons of the Girl Guides Association of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. These young ladies came in just as the honourable member for San Fernando West was about to begin his contribution, and they are still here with us. Welcome you. Member for Oropouche East.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to join the debate today on a most timely, most critical motion courageously filed by the member for Caroni East and supported by members on this side of the House that calls upon this House to resolve that this House call on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the healthcare sector. Madam Speaker, the recitals are very clear. I will not read those over and over again, but they speak to a situation that is dire, that is serious, that is affecting citizens. Madam Speaker, in the preparation for today, I had I had the opportunity of reading the Hansard record from the Minister of Health, the member for St. Joseph. And Madam Speaker, the speaker before me, the member for San Fernando West, the most worthy speaker, repeated somewhat some of the issues raised by the member for St. Joseph. And I want to begin by saying that on this side of the House, we would like to commend those hardworking doctors, nurses, health professionals, all administrative staff in our public health system for the service that they provide in light of clear deficiencies in the system, clear mismanagement by the central government, clear clueless leadership by the Minister of Health in this sector. And our presentation is to highlight some of the challenges in the sector. It is not to condemn doctors or nurses or health administrators and so on at all. And both the member for St. Joseph and the member for San Fernando West adopted a particular posture and they both had the same data. It's just that, they talk 1 month apart, so nobody except who read the speech of the minister this morning will remember. Both came with this 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The Port of Spain Hospital, the Arima Health Center, the South, they saw 3 million, 4 million. And quite rightly, of course, the ordinary citizen who is listening would ask, but you have 1.4 million people in the country, they're talking about 2.6 million people seen and so on. But of course, what they do, and I'll ask the member for San Fernando West and others who will speak after, could you please provide us with the source of that data? Before questioning the accuracy of the data, tell us the source of the data. Where and who sat in a room somewhere in Arima and calculate 2.6 million visits by people, of course, doubling up and tripling up and so on? Because what they are coming with here is a narrative that if somebody goes to the hospital 6 times, but has 6 diagnosis tests, if a doctor come downstairs and see a patient, how are you feeling? Or, explain your symptoms. Oh, that's one to add to the book. If the next doctor come and see the next patient, we add that to the book. And you come up with 2.5 million. So eventually that 2.5 will reach probably 10 million by the time this debate is finished. So, but that is really not a stress test for the state of the health sector. It is not how much times you see the patient, it is the waiting time for the patient. That is a critical issue. Waiting time, not how many times. And I have some, Madam Speaker, in preparation for this debate, I did something which part of me regret. Madam Speaker, as I do, and those of us on this side do, I encourage members of the public, my constituents, and persons in the healthcare system, could you please, debating this matter in the coming days, would you have any policy issues to raise? Would you have any suggestions, recommendations? What was your experience at the public health sector like? And Madam Speaker, I had to take Panadol Ultra when I started to get the replies. I myself needed medicated. I needed to take Panadol, non-drowsy. When I started to get the reports, I did not know. I took 2 years, every 4 hours. Madam Speaker, I did not know it was so bad. So I want to tell my friends opposite. Policy, I don't want to academize here, but policy is linked to problem. The reason you have policy is because you have problem. You don't have policy because everything working good. There's no need for policy. Policy is linked in a developmental sense to problem. So if I announce to you now with fanfare that over the last 6 hours, 3 aircrafts landed safely at Piaco International, would you jump up, thumb the table, clap and cheer? No, because we expect that aircrafts would land safely. If I announce that in the last hour an aircraft overran the runway and crashed, that's a serious concern. You jump, you say, no, 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 no. But you have to find policy for that problem, for a problem. So in the health sector, while I agree there are persons who will visit the health sector, and the Minister of Health and San Fernando West quoted, I think the Minister quoted from persons who are writing in, we had a good experience, so thank you for the service and so on. Yes, you will have persons who will go in the health center and come out and say, okay, I had a service provided, and say, but that is your job to provide the service. That is your job. What do you think you're there for? But it's the persons, the citizens, and whether they are 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 or whatever, it is the persons who are facing crisis with the system that we must address so that we can match problem to policy. That is the issue. So you cannot just say that, well, 2 people send me a letter and they say we did well, the hospital treated me good. And then we come with persons who have clearly had a disappointment in the healthcare system, and a disappointment in the healthcare system is fatal. Huh? You live or you die. So that is an issue I want to put on the table, so that we are not saying that the person A or B may not have an experience that is positive and so on, but you have to focus on the persons who did not have that good experience, did not get the medicine, had to wait and so on. And I will come to some of the anecdotal evidence that came to me from persons writing in. The member spoke, Madam Speaker, I am close to this sector in a way because I spent some good time in government working with the health professionals for the construction of infrastructure for the health sector. I was aware of some of those developments. The member spoke about San Fernando. I'm most aware of San Fernando in particular, where it was under our administration, 2010 to 2015, we established that oncology unit in San Fernando to meet and treat with the patients. When the minister came in, he said he met a shed. He met a shed, promised to build oncology center. Where's the oncology center now? Anybody see it? When is it coming? Oh, in June. Oh, so you, what? Okay, I understand now. No, but it's not, they're not building anything. They're taking Augustus Long Hospital, which is an existing installation, and going to convert it somehow. That is the plan. They're not building anything really. But made this remark, we had a shed. That shed is treating patients today as this debate continues. What the partnership left is treating patients today. And yes, we know the identity of a couple of patients who are being treated at this moment because of the infrastructure left by the People's Partnership Administration. We're very proud of that. We talk about healthcare, and I would focus, Madam Speaker, in my time on some of the issues with health infrastructure, because health infrastructure is linked to healthcare and human resource management in that sector, which appears to be a challenge as well. Madam Speaker, I want to touch something the member for San Fernando West and government ministers will be talking about. It's free. It's free. It's free. If we treat people in this country and it's free, they come to the hospital, they get their tablet, they get their pills, they get to see a doctor in a white coat, and it's free. Madam Speaker, it is not free. We pay health surcharge, we pay taxes. The man or woman who presents himself or herself at the hospital door pay health surcharge, taxes in most cases. So it is not free. Because we have this impression, the health sector, they get it free. No, it is not free. We are paying for that. And this notion that we should be so happy because 2.6 million times people were seen. The same people, of course. But seen 2.6 million and it's free. It is not free. In fact, when he was saying that, I asked for my pay slip from the parliament. They gave me it. It is here. I cannot exhibit it. But I noticed I pay health surcharge too. It is not free. So I want to debunk that immediately. The member said that no doctor in no part of the world can have a private practice and work in the public health system. The last member. But this is not true in the United Kingdom. Consultant specialists are allowed to practice in the private health sector and in the national health system. So this is simply not true. And I don't want to enter into any bad or unparliamentary language and so on, Madam Speaker, but it is not true. Let's leave it like that. Madam Speaker, the member talked about the debt, debt development, loan and all type of thing coming in this debate now, But, Madam Speaker, you leave that there. I'll leave that there for now. Madam Speaker, I just want to go through a couple items that I received. And I want to just deal with one matter quickly. Madam Speaker, this matter is in the news, and I quote from the Express editorial today, page 12 of the Express. No apology needed. And the Express, reflecting on the contribution, of course, of Dr. LeBlanc, who spoke at a Joint Select Committee a few days ago, and spoke about the lack of medication and the lack of equipment and waiting time and so on. The Express is saying there's no apology needed to speak in that manner. And notwithstanding the statements from the particular individual 24 hours later, the Express makes an important point that long delays in getting mammograms, colonoscopies, two essential diagnostic tests, according to the doctor, these experiences and so on has not been debunked by the ministry. The ministry said nothing about that, about waiting times. They said nothing about the issue raised as it relates to vaping and young persons and so on, which is a matter I'm sure other colleagues would want to take up from a medical point of view. So that the information put in the public record by this Dr. LeBlanc stands. They did not debunk or rebut it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to indicate just one, because there are so many things you can say on this matter. One person who wrote in to me gave an account, which I will read without calling names, because I will not call names of persons and so on to bring them necessarily into the debate. I had a recent experience. My mother was a critical patient at Mount Hope and didn't get a CT scan within 3 days. Within 3 days there, turned out to be something needed immediately. It needed immediate surgery. Once diagnosed on CT, she only got that at a private institution, not at Mount Hope. Mount Hope had no policy for transfer to private medical facilities and openly encumbered and endangered the life of my mother, who wanted to move from Mount Hope to a private ICU on a particular time, on a particular day, quite recently. Government hospitals won't give anyone over 60. That's a serious matter. Some of us. Government hospitals, the member for Naparima is very concerned with this. Government hospitals won't give anyone over 60 an ICU bed automatically due to their age, and won't allow transfer by government ambulance to a private ICU either. What? Even a Kola hospital in the West doesn't. private hospitals, private facilities may not have their own ambulance service. Private might have their emergency area, but not privately. Madam Speaker, in this particular case, when the ambulance arrived to transfer my mother, the person, the nurses at Mount Hope pulled out the infusion on the mother's arm, which was keeping her heart going. Their rationale was that the IV, and other technical terms they use, is property of Mount Hope and cannot be removed. So that the patient had to be transferred to a private facility for treatment, and they indicated that they cannot allow the patient to go with the adrenaline infusion and so on, because that was the property of Mount Hope. They refused those three things, all the equipment, to the patient that was being transferred. The ambulance then had to put in their own IV and bring a fresh set from another ambulance to start their own procedure. Could you imagine that? The Mount Hope house officer was present and did nothing. The medical team in Mount Hope said the hospital policy prevented them from giving medical handover of a patient clinical information to a private ICU team. So they couldn't hand over information on the patient who is in a very bad condition, seriously ill, to a private facility. So if you are over 60 and in critical illness, they automatically refuse you an ICU facility. They don't have a form for patient transfer in Mount Hope. Madam Speaker, I don't want to read on and on, but this is very serious. Now I will tell you the little bottom line to this whole thing. The patient here is the mother of a medical doctor.
Oh my.
So when the medical doctor writes things like this, he understands what he's writing. This is a medical doctor, the mother, had this experience in the public health system. Madam Speaker, recently in the San Fernando health system, I had a first-hand view of an unfolding drama, a Friday night, I believe it was, where a patient, a constituent of Orupuchis, was at the San Fernando hospital and needed emergency dialysis. The hospital had dialysis machines, but they did not have the staff in the night to undertake emergency dialysis. So you had the machines, but your human resource management didn't allow you to have staff on standby, on call, or whatever. Madam Speaker, the patient subsequently died about 2 days later. And that is the reality. That is the reality. And someone else told me a story. They come fast and furious, these stories, you know, where there are several patients with problems. In particular, Mount Hope is being called here. The casualty department is a mess. One of the patients was fragile and sick, having hiccups and vomiting. Went to the emergency at Mount Hope around 4 p.m. on a day. Waited until midnight, did not see a doctor. Got fed up and was really feeling terrible. Left and went home. That patient got a call 11 a.m. the next day, asking him, "Where are you? The doctor is looking for you." He said he got a call 11 a.m. the next day, asking him where he was. They were now going to attend to him. When you are warded and not mobile, you are in big trouble. Madam Speaker, I have some other stories. I really don't want to continue with that, you know. This week, in fact, just this week, Madam Speaker, in a letter issued, and, you know, it is something that I believe should be fixed, and maybe by now it is fixed. I don't know. A letter was issued, a memorandum, to all laboratory users from the manager. Limited reagent for CBC blood test, correct? I depend on these doctors here to help me out through this.
You a doctor?
Dear all, please note that our current supplier of the reagent required to run CBCs has informed us that they currently do not have any in stock and that they are unable to supply the lab with any reagent in the next coming weeks. Could you imagine that? Reagent to do a blood test, so to speak. That is the preliminary work for any procedure. They don't have that at Northwest Regional Health Authority. Don't have it. And I understand this situation is the same in Arima, it is the same in Port of Spain, it is the same at Mount Hope. And I'll come to rental in a little while. In fact, I have a note on rental in the health sector. And I'm holding that because I want to hold attention as well. Madam Speaker, electricity issues at North Central Regional Health Authority. My colleague from Faizabad, 11 July 2023, had to do a press release, a report in the Express of power outage due to malfunction in transformer at the Eric Williams Medical Complex, which required evacuation of patients to another facility. A power outage was disturbing to patients and healthcare workers alike. This was revealed by the CEO to the media, and the transformer involved was upgraded a mere 2 weeks ago. Power outage we faced there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I'm on power, there's a note from San Fernando I want to just get back to. Madam Speaker, in a nutshell, again, I really don't want to be reading at length some of these things. But in San Fernando, there are particular challenges there. When the partnership was in office, Madam Speaker, a lot was done in the San Fernando South Regional Health Authority, and the chairman there, not surprisingly, was a member of parliament for Faizabad. Madam Speaker, there's a problem with the generator in San Fernando, we are told. In the new wing of the San Fernando General Hospital, it is serviced by 2 standby generators to provide power in the event of a TNTEC power failure. One generator is a primary backup and the other is secondary. The primary generator failed, hear this one. Primary generator failed on the 9th of April 2016, 8 years ago. Attempts to have and replace and repair has proven unsuccessful over the years, citing unavailability of funds for a generator. Where the money is going, and I will come to that, of course. The second generator failed on November 25th, 2023. That's last year. That's the second generator. Let's look now for the third generator. As a result, the health authority has been renting a standby generator at a cost of $75,000 per week from a company called Standby Power. How appropriate. At a total cost to date of approximately $1.4 million, the cost doesn't cover additional works to be done, maintenance and so on. You could buy a generator for that. You could have bought a generator for $2 million. Madam Speaker, our next problem at San Fernando, you know, in San Fernando they built a car park, I believe, could be wrong, for about $40 million. It's 40? Correct me if I'm wrong, but they built the car park in San Fernando. But while they were building the car park, they forget that the incinerator was not working. 130 million. Oh, I was wrong. That was probably one floor I was talking about. It's in excess of $120 million. Madam Speaker, the Southwest procured a new incinerator in 2012 under the Partnership Administration. 2012, new incinerator. This system was designed to international standard and met EMA requirements for emissions. The incinerator was functioning efficiently. However, due to a lack of maintenance, because they claimed they didn't have funding, this incinerator came into a state of disrepair. It had to be repaired. Madam Speaker, instead of repairing or buying a new one, they started to contract out the disposal of needles and biohazards. They contract out this as well, Madam Speaker, and they pay to remove bio-waste now, instead of incinerating, $60,000 plus transport per week.
What?
Per week.
How long are they doing that? Per week?
They are paying a funeral home, I won't call the name a funeral home, to incinerate body parts at a cost of $40,000 weekly.
What?
So instead of buying an incinerator, which is $2.4 million, I'm told, they will pay $40,000 to a funeral home and $60,000 to a company for waste management services. You understand what is happening here? Everything was working until 2015. Everything stopped working after. Everything stopped working remarkably after. Madam Speaker, another important matter is the oxygen plant at the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. That plant has been out of service since November 2022. The general manager operations failed to approve the repairs to the same plant. To date, the company is spending, Southwest, hundreds of thousands of dollars annually for procurement of oxygen cylinders from one Massey Gas Products Limited. You understand where that's going now? Madam Speaker, it goes on, and I have some other matters to get to. But the situation is serious. The situation is serious. Madam Speaker, but where did they use the money for? Where did the money go? And, you know, I took a note in my research. The Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance, promised in his 2022 budget statement, and I'm reading 2022 budget statement under the theme Social Development Health, page 31. The centers are being located. These are centers for the treatment and management of renal disease. At the Couva Hospital, beginning with a National Center for Treatment and Management of Renal Disease to be established at the Couva Hospital. We're in 2024. Anybody establish a renal disease center at the Couva Hospital? Do you know at the Couva Hospital, I checked last night. Did I? Yes. After a very good meeting at the UNC headquarters here. The light blow on the sign. So it's now the Couva Hospital nothing facility. I think that meant training, but the light, all the bulbs blow out on training. So I think literally and metaphorically, training went off. Training went off. They cannot even fix the bulb at the hospital. You're expecting them to fix machine. Madam Speaker, at the Couva Hospital, let me put it on record, 230 beds. You know they're using now? 16. 230 minus 16, what, 214? 214 beds are there, placed by the People's Partnership Administration for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And when you go San Fernando, Mount Hope, you cannot get a bed. You stay 12 hours, 18 hours on a bench, on a pier. Days without a bed. And 214 languishing at Couva. Management, P&M style. Yes. And renal treatment and so on, there are some other issues concerning that, I would think. The minister raised this issue now of what? I don't want to get into digital business and so on. I don't think that will take me far. Madam Speaker, but what did they do with the money? I have raised before the Ministry of Health constructed a brand new spanking business for their Ministry of Health central staff at a cost of $260 million. That is where the money went in the health sector, to construct a building for $260 million, a car park for $120 million. 260 and 120 million is how much?
380.
Almost 400. $400 million have gone into health-related infrastructure that does not touch and concern a patient in terms of equipment, in terms of machines, in terms of medication, in terms of cutting down waiting time. While they were spending $400 million, 500 doctors are unemployed in this country. 500 unemployed. Some worked during the COVID and were promised their contracts as a result of their great work to assist during COVID, never got any contract. Correct? Good. So this money went into construction, and we told them, instead of building at this time a headquarters for the ministry for $260 million, why don't you take that and put it into the basic essential drugs, basic essential equipment? In the Mount Hope, Madam Speaker, and other hospitals, I have had constituents who tell me, I verily believe, that when they had a relative in the hospital, they went to buy a Laszlo fan? Lasco. Yes, they went to buy a Lasco fan to donate to the ward because it was too hot for their relative. A relative told me, had a family member in the hospital and actually went in hardware to buy equipment for washrooms. I won't go in detail. Equipment for washrooms in the hospital. And when we check the report, Madam Speaker, I've raised this matter before. The Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker, engaged Udica to construct the Ministry of Health headquarters, $260 million, in a nutshell, without reading all the details and so on, Madam Speaker. When they did the request for proposals and the contracts, it was clear it was a bill, own, lease, transfer model. Now, that's a simple model. You bill, you own,
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time.
Thank you very much.
You're entitled to 15
Yes,
more minutes.
thank
Yes, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, you bill, you own, you lease back to the government, and then you transfer. That is something we have used here over the years. Madam Speaker, it was very clear in the contractual documents, Madam Speaker. The contractor shall make its own financial arrangements to secure financing for the design and construction of works, subject to terms and conditions included in the contractor's tender. This is a UDICOT document, Madam Speaker. It's called Request for Proposals, 21st March 2018. Another document prepared by UDICOT, 21st March 2018, same document, Financial Evaluation. If UDICOT in its sole direction determines that the proponent is unlikely to obtain satisfactory financing to achieve the close-off, then it may reject a proposal. Reject. Madam Speaker, I have in my hand some company documents. You know what they did as a model? What they did? They had persons, companies bidding for $260 million project. The documents in my hand, I won't exhibit it high and large and so on. And a company by the name of Aselphos Holding Limited, Aselphos, which means Aselpios. Yeah, Aselpios is Greek. Aselpios meaning the god of medicine. The god of medicine, Aselpios Holding Limited. This company, Madam Speaker, incorporated in May 2019, was able to work with another company well known to the government by the name of NH International that has shareholdings in Aselphos Holding Limited. And what the government did and facilitated was to transfer the state land, prime real estate around Queen's Park West and Jerningham Junction, transfer the state land for the contractor, the holding company, to use as equity to get a loan to build the building.
No.
So you tell contractors it's bold, raise your financing yourself, PPP model, and then you take state land, prime state land, surrender it to a private company and say, go to the bank and get a loan now. So the private contractor, the company, doesn't spend 1 red cent from its pocket. And the proposal, the tender document says that you have to finance yourself, secure financing for the design and construction of works, mandated by the request for proposal. Design and construction. So, Madam Speaker, Aselphos Holding Limited goes to Republic Bank and says, I would like to take a loan for $260 million. And here, the government has leased this land to me. Hold the land as equity for this loan.
State land?
State land. The Caroni workers are still waiting for residential lots, still waiting for agricultural land. Prime property goes to Republic Bank so that a contractor gets a $260 million contract without spending 1 dime from the pocket. This is how they operate with the Ministry of Finance headquarters. Now, there's a next related matter to this that remains a mystery. It is so mysterious that I told colleagues assisting me that I am sure the government could explain it. You ever see something and you say, it must have an explanation? No, this one must have an explanation. Madam Speaker, in a company website, and I'm going to get it now for you shortly. I hope you, in a company's website, it's called, this is what happens when you have all these bundles in front of you. The name of the company is? Aleron Company. Yeah, Aleron. On their website, Madam Speaker, they are advertising on their website that the government, of course, has now opened the brand new spanking Queen's Park facility. Government formally opens new Ministry of Health Administration, right? Aleron, it's a consulting company, engineering consulting company. On Monday, August 7th, 2023, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley opened the new state-of-the-art Ministry of Health administrative building. Aleron partnered, this is the engineering company, with NH International to deliver the design-build project under a bold contract between UDICOT and the Republic Bank and NH. Here is the lease will run for 15 years at a cost to the government of $30 million per annum. So the government, the taxpayer, pays $30 million for 15 years. How much is that?
450 million.
$450 million the government is paying for a building of $260 million. Where the money gone? How much is that different? 450 minus 260.
We do have a tabat here.
Where did the money?
190.
Okay, we have just calculated, we did the sums. $190 million more than the building for $260 million. Now, what is interesting is that the government did not take the loan from Republic Bank. It is a Celsius Holding Limited that took the loan. So the government is paying a Celsius and or NH International $30 million a year for 15 years, $450 million. But the building is $260 million. And the land belongs to the state.
Which was mortgaged.
Where did the 190? Where the $190 million going? Is that pre-order to help with gratuity and pension?
And estate fees.
And estate fees? Where the money going? Because this is a serious matter. The government could have simply used the land itself and built a building for $260 million.
Correct.
Why do you go through all this intricacy to pay $30 million per year for 15 years, according to Aleron of their website?
Yes.
Is somebody pension? This is on our website, $30 million for 15 years, 450. So every government, every year to come, pays $30 million. So what they did is they create a narrative that this will help. What we're saving money, we're not renting. But they don't tell the people it's $30 million a year you're paying for that.
Correct.
Before the building is transferred over. And you pay $190 million more than the cost of building.
And Republic Bank is a blue chip asset.
Republic Bank is a blue chip asset in the national insurance. NIF, in the NIF.
Yeah.
We went through that. So, Madam Speaker, the government needs to explain this type of arrangement. A value for money. Where did the $190 million go on? And what the rent are you saving? We know they like rent. In fact, today somebody mentioned to me that in light of some news at Trinidad involving a minister, they have moved from Al Rental to Al Randall. The thing is contagious. Madam Speaker, we are still talking about health. Huh? We are still talking about health because it's contagious. The fellas are contagious now. No, and the minister in question says, he says, not me, that's a company I have interest in. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, we believe you. So, Madam Speaker, while the government may try to con the population into believing that they're saving rent, they're saving money, they're not telling you that the UNC government as well, will have to face a $30 million tab on the Ministry of Health headquarters for the next term of office, and we will be there for 5, 10, 15.
We got to pay it out.
And we'll have to pay it out. But this requires some serious explanation, and I dare say that the Minister of Health, of Finance should explain to us the posting by Aleron in terms of the amount of money that the government has to pay for a $260 million facility. Madam Speaker, another matter that I want to raise, because I know this time we are flying, the Welsh report, this famous Welsh report argument the PNM always use. The Minister of Health came with it already. Madam Speaker, every time they raise this report, they call the member for Siparia name. Every time. The Prime Minister will do it, the Minister of Health, they parrot each other, they tap each other in the back and so on. But Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter that they are continuously misleading the population on. Madam Speaker, the facts of the matter are very clear. They would like to blame the opposition leader for not sending representatives also to the Welsh report. Madam Speaker, this is a pack of nonsense. And in a newspaper headline, Madam Speaker, it's called Rowley Gaslighting TNT over health sector. All the time. The former Minister, Dr. Gopi Singh, dealt with this matter.
Just remember what is standing order C. And while you might be quoting an article, remember it becomes your words. So you may have to put in parentheses what you know is the proper thing to say. Okay?
Okay, Madam Speaker, the the former Minister of Government, Dr. Gopi Singh, indicated in a newspaper story, Madam Speaker, on the 22nd of July 2022. It's in the Express. Madam Speaker, I won't read anything disruptive. But he said that the Prime Minister was simultaneously scrapping all the progressive and effective measures that the Kamla Persad-Bissessar-led government had successfully implemented to the detriment of the public health system. The Welsh Committee took 2 whole years to deliver their report, despite having significant resources and manpower. And we believe that the best people to talk to about health is, as we did, the medical specialists in the country. Madam Speaker, the majority of the Welsh report recommendations were no different from the Gladys Gaffu Commission of Inquiry report of 2007-2008. That inquiry, Gladys Gaffu, was commissioned by then PNM government, which the current Prime Minister was a senior member. The Gaffu recommendations were implemented under the People's Partnership Administration, resulting in significant and meaningful advances in the public health sector. The Welsh report had also recommended an international partner to manage the Couva Hospital and suggested the establishment of an offshore medical school, the latter of which was also contained in the PNM election manifestos. To this day, nothing has been done on this score. And we repeat that this is a fictitious misdirection and misleading statement to talk about the Welsh report when the Gladys Gaffu report had all the recommendations there for the government to implement at once and rescue the health sector. Madam Speaker, in another statement, a report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, it also dealt with this thing. It was laid on the 10th of November 2021 on the status of the recommendations and so on. Of the Welsh, it reported that very few, if any, recommendations at all were ever implemented. Never implemented. The Ministry of Health have never implemented anything, Madam Speaker, and there's a long list of that we can read out for you, but the time is, of course, going. But, Madam Speaker, this is a myth that they perpetuate all the time, that we did not participate and support the Welsh Committee and so on, while we had a comprehensive report on fundamental change as recommended by the Gladys Gaffu Commission of Inquiry into the health sector, which they failed to address, Madam Speaker, which they downright failed to address. And in the Welsh report, they have not implemented anything at all. Madam Speaker, they have destroyed every single thing in the health sector. They come now to tell us, what a great job they're doing and people happy and so on. While you look at the issue of renal disease, you look at oncology, you look at emergency, accident emergency departments throughout, cardiac problems and so on, and much more could be said about that. They have failed to take action. They have failed to deal with that. But, Madam Speaker, there's also a human resource challenge in the health sector, which I'll mention briefly. You see, Madam Speaker, this happens when you put square pegs in wrong holes. And when you put wrong pegs in square holes, this happens. They are managing the health sector with persons themselves who don't have 1 hour experience in the health sector. And they have mismatch between administration and medical experts and specialists. There is no synchronization. So the administrators don't have experience and know-how of health sector management, and the specialists are not involved in administration. And that creates an enormous tension and conflict. In the Mount Hope, for example, they are hiring people willy-nilly with PNM party card. The organizational structure don't cater for some people hiring. They hire, they pay. They hire, they pay, Madam Speaker. And they are doing it as elections get nearer and so on. I imagine that's what it's about. But at the regional health authorities, the management of these health authorities are out of sync with the doctors, with the nurses. The nurses were protesting. In fact, a few of the nurses have sent in remarks and so on concerning their terms and conditions, their conditions of work, what they have been arguing for, what they have been clamoring for years. pension, security of tenure. And Madam Speaker, even with doctors, they go to Cuba to bring doctors, and there are 500 unemployed doctors in Trinidad and Tobago. What a shame. What a shame. And they cannot meet and treat doctors by providing contracts with reasonable terms and conditions of work. So what happened is our medical specialists, our key medical professionals, they migrate and they help to develop another country, another society, because the government has no room for them. I want to, Madam Speaker, to close by indicating to the medical professionals, the doctors, the nurses, the administrators, and so on, hold strain. Hold strain. The UNC is here. Hold strain. It will not, their suffering will not last much longer. We are here. We are caring. We are fair. We empathize with your situation. And we are people-centered. And we will take steps to upgrade terms and conditions of work, to open that Couva Children's Hospital built by the Member of Parliament for Superior. We will take steps, Madam Speaker, to have fully operational the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. There are rooms in that place, I am told, with cobweb. It has cobweb, mosquito, and so on in some of the areas that we designed with former Minister the late Fazal Karim for teaching purposes. The Nursing Academy is in the East-West Corridor, El Dorado. Nursing Academy collapsed under them. Madam Speaker, they boast about Point Fortin and Arima. I want to tell you today, there will be no Point Fortin Hospital, no Arima Hospital, had it not been for the People's Partnership. We contracted for that hospital. We started the hospitals. They delayed it for 8 years. 8 years they delayed Point Fortin and Arima so they could put their stamp and say, well, the PNM build that too. Madam Speaker, I thank you for your attention.
Go East.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this very important motion. I want to first and foremost start by commending the member for Komuto Manzanilla for the way he would have delivered his points, as well as the recommendations he would have made. And I also want to acknowledge the move of the motion, because this is very important for all of us as representatives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and it gives the government the opportunity to present on what we have been doing to not only accelerate the delivery of healthcare, but improve the healthcare system, and to really signal what has been happening for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize and commend the Honourable Minister of Health and the government of which I'm a part for the relentless efforts in advancing the quality delivery of free healthcare services through an all-inclusive whole-of-government approach to all persons in our country. The government has been deliberating our strategies to provide a safe, dependable, people-centered health sector which is equitable for all. And Madam Speaker, before I go into the substance of my contribution, I want to take this opportunity to just pause and recognize all healthcare workers and to thank them for their service. Madam Speaker, we know that working in the healthcare system, it takes a toll, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and I want to commend everybody from the cleaners, the administrators, the doctors, the nurses, and thank them for their efforts in helping to safeguard the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago in terms of our health and our well-being. Madam Speaker, we recognize that there is always room for improvement. We recognize that there's always room to improve what you have going, and government acknowledges that. But I want to, while we recognize the room for improvement, the need for improvement, I want to acknowledge the work that would have been done thus far through the Minister of Health and various colleagues in terms of improving infrastructure, improving services, improving access to pharmaceuticals, etc. I also want to recognize the work that is being done at present, and this is in direct rebuttal to something that was raised by the member for Oropouche East. He would have mentioned that there's an issue at present in terms of the disposal of waste at San Fernando Hospital. But, Madam Speaker, on Monday, coming Monday, 25th of March, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Planning and Development, and I want to commend the Minister of Health and the Minister of Planning and Development, Minister Beckles, for their collaboration in bringing new technology to the San Fernando General Hospital. On Monday, the 25th, an autoclave unit will be commissioned and be in use. This particular unit has the capacity to safely treat with 1.8 tons per day of medical waste. That is commendable. It is going to be done in an environmentally friendly and green process. It would be done without using hazardous chemicals. And Madam Speaker, this would ensure that while we dispose of medical waste in that particular hospital, it will reduce the impact on the environment as well as the persons living around the hospital and neighboring communities. So I want to commend the Minister of Health and commend the Minister of Planning and Development. Another issue raised by the member for Oropouche East, which I would like to address, is the issue around policy. Policy within government that persons 60 and over cannot access ICU beds. Madam Speaker, you can't take anecdotal information and call it government policy. That's not right. That's not fair. I want you to bring the piece of policy document that proves that that is what is happening in the healthcare system, that proves that that is the policy of this government, because as far as I am aware, there is no such existing government policy that depars anybody 60 years and over from accessing ICU bed and ICU care. That is an untruth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's another area I want to raise, and it has to do with the way in which some people have to treat with extended waiting periods. And I acknowledge that that happens at times. And I want to share a story from my own constituency. In Tobago, there are some services that are not yet available to Tobagonians within our health system in Tobago through the TRHA, or the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection. And at times, because of the beautiful relationship that has been nurtured over the years between Tobago and Trinidad, and especially more recently with the Minister of Health and his counterparts in Tobago, where they are making sure that Tobagonians have the opportunity to access services in Trinidad that may not be available, we have a challenge where sometimes when persons are referred to the public health system in Trinidad, and persons within the public health system who have ties to private practices would delay a process and delay a process, and then when persons get frustrated, they refer them to the same private hospitals that they are aligned to. Madam Speaker, I've always felt that that is a conflict of interest, and that puts the best interests of the people that we are meant to serve at risk. And in discussing this with the Minister of Health, I said, well, how could we deal with this? What was the measure to deal with this? He said, if we had the opportunity to bring the Welsh report before GSC and publicly examine this report, put aside the politics, bring a joint select committee together and we go through this report and look at it, that would have been one of the ways we could have treated with this issue, because that was highlighted within this report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another issue was raised in terms of access to medication as well as services for persons who have cancers. I want to thank the Ministry of Health on behalf of some of my constituents. I am seeing where more and more young Tobagonians, especially young women, are presenting with different types of cancers, and they have to seek treatment in Trinidad. And Madam Speaker, thank God. Thank God for his goodness and his mercy, and thank God for those persons within the public care system who are passionate and genuine about caring for people. I am seeing where my constituents who have been affected coming to Trinidad, receiving quality care, and then sending me pictures of them ringing that bell at the end of their treatment. And I say, thank you, thank you, thank you. Madam Speaker, there's another area where constituents have to come to Trinidad for service, not yet available in Tobago. And I want to, as I present the issues, also acknowledge the attempts being made to improve delivery of services in Tobago and also to improve the management in Tobago, again, through collaboration, partnership between the Ministry of Health and the counterparts in Tobago. So in Tobago, we do not have cardiology services available, so persons have to travel to Trinidad for treatment. And on Tuesday, I had public day, and a constituent came to me requesting assistance in terms of not getting access to come to Trinidad, because that is done through the THA by way of purchase of airline tickets. And if that isn't available through the THA, the Office of the Prime Minister's Central Administrative Services Tobago also has a facility where anybody in Tobago who is referred for treatment in Trinidad within the public healthcare system, or even through a private institution, where CAS will provide through a rebate system assistance for the ticket for the patient, as well as a chaperone or a traveling companion. But, Madam Speaker, that person who came to me has a heart issue. And the medication is quite costly because it's not available through CDAP. But one of the good things that I want to note is that when I reached out to the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, I was told that Tobagoans who have to access that type of medication, that is, once it's not available through CDAP or in the public health system, the THA will provide the financial assistance to those persons. And Madam Speaker, not only that, the Secretary for Health, Wellness and Social Protection would have further advised that within the coming months in Tobago, we will see where there is an attempt to recruit cardiologists so that we could develop our own cardiology services on the island in Tobago, again seeking guidance and partnership and collaboration with the Ministry of Health in Trinidad. So again, I want to commend the Minister of Health for being an open, willing partner with those in Tobago to ensure Tobagonians receive good quality health care. Madam Speaker, my colleagues who went before would have given a good account of reliable and compassionate public health services. I would also like to provide some perspectives under my remit as Minister with responsibility for Gender and Child Affairs and the National AIDS Coordinating Committee. In keeping with global targets, our government continues to pursue high quality and efficient access to health services for all people at no cost. I know the member for Orupuch East would have scoffed at that no-cost thing, saying that we pay health surcharge. But when you look at the amount we pay for health surcharge and the actual cost for member for MP for Orupuch East, Madam Speaker, yes, we do pay health surcharge, but the amount we pay when it compared to the actual cost, Madam Speaker, if you don't use the word free, let's say heavily subsidized. You know, if you don't like the term free, that's the best way to describe it, right? Because it's really chick-fil-A when you compare to the actual cost. So, Madam Speaker, the government delivers specified health services to vulnerable groups, such as women, children, and people living with HIV and AIDS in our society. As such, government has heavily invested in the delivery of holistic health and well-being services. And as we talk about delivery of health and delivery of well-being services, I want to point to something raised by the member for Komutu Manzanilla because it is near and dear to my heart. He raised the issue of adolescent mental health and young people nowadays having to face more emotional stresses because of the experience of COVID, etc. And that is true. Recently at the Gender and Child Affairs Division, we hosted a symposium on the U Report. And I took the decision to sit in and listen to those young people. And Madam Speaker, it was an eye-opening experience to me. As a mother, as minister, as somebody who is fully engaged within my constituency and communities in Trinidad and Tobago, I did not realize that so many young people were coping with mental health issues until they started publicly speaking out at this symposium. And I want to commend not only the Ministry of Health, but the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for the measures being put in place to help young people to cope. And I also want to commend again the member for Komutu Manzanilla for being open and willing to collaborate with the government and with the Gender and Child Affairs Division of the Office of the Prime Minister. The member would have signaled to me that within his constituency, he is seeing a number of challenges around child abuse, around adolescent mental health, and he reached out. He wasn't the only person that reached out. When he reached out, I decided to extend it to colleagues opposite, and I remember inviting the member for Moruga Tableland, as well as the member for Tabaki, to also come in and be a part of this, where we could work across the island, develop meaningful interventions for communities. Because I often say it's not an all-of-government approach that is required to ensure better Trinidad and Tobago, but a whole of society where every single individual, regardless of a party color, where we come together to make a better Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm pleased to note that the relationship and the intervention with born fruit for Kamutu Manzanilla. Next Wednesday, we are going to be launching an initiative in his constituency that we hope to replicate throughout Trinidad and Tobago, where we empower families and children and schools to treat with issues around children and their well-being in terms of them knowing the good touch, bad touch, how to identify when somebody is preying on you, how to treat with somebody who has preyed on you, how to educate the community to better serve. And I want to also commend the member for Mayaro. I have to commend him because under this Spotlight initiative, we did not just only treat with issues around gender-based violence or women and girls in particular, but that would have also delved into around mental health issues and all of that. So I want to commend members opposite who would have taken the opportunity to hold hands with us and walk this journey with us as we try to make a better Trinidad and Tobago for all. That is what representation is about, and I salute you. Madam Speaker, investment is critical as equitable access to quality healthcare services enhances the productivity of society. The policy objective on health and well-being of the Green Paper on National Policy on Gender and Development aims to foster equitable access for men and women to gender awareness, appropriate, affordable, and quality health care, information, and related services through their life cycle, advancing their potential towards enhanced personal, social, and productive lives. As such, the government continues to implement systems to accomplish this goal. Key points, Madam Speaker. Since 2020, the government has invested upwards of 7% of the annual budgetary allocation towards health and social protection initiatives. For fiscal 2024 alone, the government, through its various ministries and agencies, has pledged over $5.7 billion to health services, hospitals, and other related services. Madam Speaker, despite the many challenges presenting themselves over the years, government continues to, Mr. Deputy Speaker, government continues to invest heavily in the delivery of free quality healthcare services to all people, with a special emphasis on the most vulnerable in our society, women and children. This gendered and age-specific approach underscores the government's commitment to provide targeted and holistic care for all of our people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, non-communicable diseases, including cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic respiratory disease, and diabetes, are the leading cause of sickness and death for women and men, accounting for 35 million deaths, or 60% of the deaths worldwide. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the things I've noticed is that from day one, the Honourable Minister of Health has been trying to create a change in mindset in Trinidad and Tobago, encouraging citizens to embrace the concept that your health and well-being is your responsibility, encouraging them to develop healthy lifestyle practices. Even within this honourable chamber here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sometimes you see the Honourable Minister of Health leading by example by constantly walking and exercising, and encouraging all of us to get into that vein of ensuring that we have an active body. An active body means a healthy body means a healthy mind, and that we're better able to perform and function in society. I've seen going to schools, encouraging our children to develop healthy practices around what they would eat and around how they would spend their time, their free time, in terms of encouraging them to get involved in sport and activity and moving. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development, specifically targeting women to ensure that all women are healthy through the Pink Rain campaign. Pink Rain campaign doesn't just deal with the physical well-being of women, but it deals with this emotional well-being of our women and ensuring that if our women have a healthy body and a healthy mind, then they become better able to support their families and their communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the Americas, equal numbers of men and women, 250 million people, live with non-communicable diseases, which often require long periods of treatment and care. The prevention, management, and control of non-communicable diseases is key towards improving healthier lifestyles of all citizens and the reduction of morbidity, mortality, and disability through a coordinated response. The Ministry of Health continues to tackle this issue with several gendered and youth-focused initiatives. And I want to use this opportunity to speak to Tobagonians, not just Tobagonians and Tobagoans, but all Tobagonians. I've noticed an alarming trend where more and more people are losing limbs. And in discussions with people when they come to see me in public, there's one of my walkabouts, people take ownership of diabetes and sugar as though it's a badge of pride. So they talk about my sugar and my pressure. And we know seriously, this is something serious, and we need to start speaking differently. We need to not claim these lifestyle diseases, but instead start speaking differently about what am I doing to take better control of my health, ensure that my health remains my responsibility. Instead of saying, well, I know I had this sugar, but you still want to eat the basket of mango, right, mango. You still want to eat your sweet bread every day. We have to start doing better. We have to start taking responsibility, because when ultimately we do a disservice to ourselves, then we become a burden to the state. Then we take up bed space. Then we take up a large percentage of the fund that's required for pharmaceutical to treat with things that we could control simply by adjusting the way we eat and improving the way we treat our bodies in terms of exercise. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rail guilty. Every month I've promised myself next month I will start to exercise more. And I'm using me as an example to tell people that it's really important for us to take our health and our well-being seriously. Because if I'm not healthy, then I'm not better able to serve my constituents. I'm not able to take care of my children. I'm not able to be the best version of myself as a wife, as a sister. So I want to encourage all of us to really start paying attention to the way we treat our bodies, be more intentional about what we put into our mouths. When we go to the groceries, make sure that we read the labels and give our families the best chance of survival, so we don't have to then go around trying to raise our money through a raffle or a barbecue for something that could have been treated if we had just simply taken care of ourselves better. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Diabetes in Pregnancy Program facilitates universal screening for diabetes in pregnancy since its launch in 2018. This initiative allows the improved outcomes of mothers and newborn infants in their current pregnancies, as well as reduces the chance of these children becoming obese and their long-term chance of becoming diabetic children and diabetic adults. And I want to commend the Ministry of Health for this initiative, because I have known constituents who would have developed gestational diabetes, and I would have seen the impact on not only the mothers but also the babies. And I want to thank the Minister of Health for putting this initiative in place, because I could see an improvement in the quality of life of young persons who are pregnant within my constituency, older women who might be more predisposed to this type of issue. I'm seeing a better quality of life, so I commend the Ministry of Health. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Health's breastfeeding policy helps promote breastfeeding from birth. The rates have moved from less than 10% in 2015 to 80% and then to 95% at all public maternity units. Breastfeeding sets the stage for an improvement in health of our future generations, as it reduces the likelihood of childhood obesity and diabetes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was a time when persons were mostly women, younger women were mostly moving towards the bottle. And now we're seeing where more younger women are feeling more comfortable to breastfeed their children. And this would have been through the efforts of the Ministry of Health to normalize breastfeeding and to encourage mothers to breastfeed, because we recognize that children who are breastfed are best fed, and they have better outcomes in the later. in the latter years of their life, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, gendered health initiatives for both International Women's Day and Men's Day, a number of outreach initiatives were hosted to bring awareness of the importance of a healthy lifestyle. I remember for the last International Men's Day at the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs, we hosted a health fair at the office, and we invited not only our staff, but persons from around the office nearby buildings to come across. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, God does make a mistake. On that morning, a member of staff had to be rushed to the hospital. It was by, I guess, divine intervention that we had doctors on spot that day because we were trying to promote people having a healthier lifestyle, and they tested that young man. And his blood pressure was so high, they said to him, go immediately to the hospital because you're on the verge of having a stroke. And because of early intervention, that young man is still able to come to work and function effectively. I remember that same men's health fair that we had for International Men's Day. A number of men for the first time would have had the opportunity to do the new type of prostate screening because there's some mindset that is invasive. But a lot of people didn't realize that technology would have changed, giving them a different approach to testing for prostate cancer, etc. And with that coming to those persons partnering us coming to the Office of the Prime Minister, quite a number of persons were able to be tested, and I'm grateful for the collaboration with the Northwestern Regional Health Authority and the Ministry of Health for what we were able to do. And I'm raising this point because recently I had a session for men in my constituency, but before I actually rolled out this session, I had discussions with men around the constituency. And a lot of men were saying, well, I don't really want to go to the health center, it's a macho. How are you going to look if I go in and somebody, the mindset. And this is one of the reasons why at Gender and Child Affairs, we are trying to partner with different agencies and the Ministry of Health to ensure that we ease the burden on the public healthcare sector by doing interventions early within our communities, providing that safe space where men can meet and discuss issues from health and gender-based violence, etc., and also using it as an opportunity to encourage them to normalize visiting a health center just for a routine checkup. Normalize going to your doctor just for a routine checkup. Normalize when you go to your doctor requesting to have a prostate screening so that you would know if there's something wrong. It will be caught early enough so that we will have the right intervention and treatment to ensure that you are able to live a long, healthy life. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the SDGs has set targets with respect to the reduction of neonatal mortality to at least as low as 12 deaths per 1,000 live births and under 5 mortality to at least as low as 25 deaths per 1,000 live births. Trinidad and Tobago has been able to maintain these targets with an average of 10 neonatal deaths per 1,000 live births and under 5 mortality of 15 deaths per 1,000 live births over the past 5 years. While these rates remain well below global regional averages, the government will remain committed to improving the safety, reliability, and quality of care of all mothers, as we believe that the death of one mother or their child is one too many. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Gender and Child Affairs Division has established strategic partnerships with other key governmental ministries, departments, and agencies to collaborate and to support the whole-of-government approach to delivering quality healthcare services. Men, women, boys, and girls of Trinidad and Tobago have access to a number of government services that focus on prevention, intervention, and treatment, not only of physical needs, but also of their mental and psychosocial needs within the public healthcare system. Through the Spotlight initiative, which I have mentioned before that the member from Mayaro would have collaborated on, as his constituency was one of the pilot communities selected for Spotlight initiative, the Ministry of Health, National Clinical and Policy Guidelines on Intimate Partner Violence and Sexual Violence was developed as a framework which outlines best practices to provide survivors with high-quality health care. Additionally, complementary, the National Strategic Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Sexual Violence, recently launched on March 4, 2024, is the largest financial and political national investment by any government to date to effectively combat gender-based violence and sexual violence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, UNICEF, in collaboration with the Children's Authority, has implemented Primero, an ICT-based initiative which monitors the holistic health and well-being of the nation's children who are in need of care and protection to ensure that they do not fall through the cracks of the system. The National Domestic Violence Hotline provides the country with active listeners who offer counseling as well as referral to services, legal, medical, and otherwise. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the National Domestic Violence Hotline has made over 3,414 referrals. Childline provides free, reliable, and confidential year-round support for children and youth up to the age of 25 years. Recently, I had an activity leading up to International Women's Day, and I remember during an interview with one of the media houses, I was asked, what message do you want to give to young women at this point in time, especially those who may be facing challenges? And I said to them, one of the things I want to stress is that help, if you're struggling mentally, help is available. Help is available. And the member for Komutu Manzanilla would have raised the issue around services for adolescents and young people to treat with mental health issues. I wish to let the public know and my colleagues know.
You just have about 2 more minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Help is available through Childline. Help is available. I want to encourage persons to reach out. In order to expand accessibility, Childline was extended to include contacts via instant messaging, WhatsApp, and web chat, which is accessed from the My Childline app, as well as Childline's official website, childlinett.org. Through Childline, psychosocial support was provided to over 1,161 persons during fiscal 2023. And again, I want to urge young people, if you're feeling as though that you're alone or you don't have anybody to talk to, reach out. There's always a friendly and listening ear. One child dying by way of suicide is one child too many. Help is available. Please reach out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the Minister with responsibility for the National AIDS Coordinating Committee, one of our primary areas of focus is the coordination of the comprehensive support for persons infected and affected with HIV and AIDS. The member for Komutu Manzanilla would have noted in his contributions issues of HIV, taking care of our little ones in terms of abuse and domestic violence, and all parts of public health. Yes, they are all part of the public health, which the government ensures that no one is left behind. In keeping with this thematic area, one of Vision 2030, putting people first, nurturing our greatest assets, I would have expounded on the plethora of initiatives the government has implemented to treat with gender-based violence, sexual violence, and child protection. HIV and AIDS is no different. Together with the Ministry of Health, our international partners, and civil society organizations, the government offers a suite of services aimed towards fulfilling the NAC's mandate of a future without new HIV infections, reduced AIDS-related deaths, and no stigma or discrimination associated with living with HIV. Statistics provided by the Ministry of Health reveals that in keeping with the global 95-95-95 targets for HIV and AIDS, at the end of fiscal 2023 in Trinidad and Tobago, 11,315 persons knew their status. This represents 96% of the number of people living with HIV and AIDS. 7,198 persons were receiving ARV treatment. This represents 64% of the number of persons who know their status. 6,611 persons were virally suppressed. This represents 92% of the number of persons receiving antiretroviral treatment, and this is commendable. I want to salute the Minister of Health and the Ministry of Health for this success that we have attained. The HIV helpline provides confidential information, counseling, and referral for persons infected and affected by HIV and AIDS. During 2022 and 2023, the hotline received a combined of 1,196 calls. Since 2023, the HIV helpline has engaged in numerous outreach activities which seek to create greater understanding and empathy for persons living with HIV and AIDS, as well as to educate the people about HIV and AIDS and other sexually transmitted infections, and therefore change behaviors and reduce new infections. These outreaches were coordinated in partnership with secondary schools and universities and the Ministries of Health, Youth and National Service, and Sport and Community Development. As of 19 March 2024, the National AIDS Coordinating Committee has already sensitized 5,302 youth since 2023 through our HIV awareness and prevention program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, I want to go back from where I started. In order for us to have a well-managed, fully resourced healthcare sector in Trinidad and Tobago, then each individual must take personal responsibility for their health and their well-being. That is critical. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is incumbent on all of us to encourage each other to develop healthy lifestyle practices. It's important that we ensure that when we access the healthcare services, that we access it when we truly need to access it. So sometimes, let me give you an example. Sometimes you get a cut on your finger and you run to the hospital and you complain because you sit down in the A&E for hours. For a cut on your finger, sometimes you get your bounce your foot, you run down to the A&E and you complain because you're there for hours, but it's not an accident or an emergency. We can make use of the other resources available. And I want to commend the government for increasing access in Tobago, especially in Tobago East. It was through collaboration with this central government as well as the former Tobago House of Assembly that we were able to construct the Roxborough Hospital. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's through collaboration with this central government and the current Tobago House of Assembly that we are seeing where the Roxborough Hospital is providing increased services, not only for the people of Tobago East, but for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I will tell you why. No, Trinidad and Tobago, I'll tell you why. Because I see people who had Trinidad address coming to Tobago to get their cataract surgery done in the Roxborough Hospital. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am seeing where persons in high offices in Tobago now, when they're sick, their first hospital of choice is the Roxborough Hospital. This hospital was a vision of the People's National Movement, a vision made reality, and on behalf of all my constituents, I say thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Mariah Health Center was constructed under a PNM administration in Tobago and a PNM central government. Yes. But it is being operationalized and rolled out under this government and a different THE administration, but the work is being done in collaboration and partnership, because this government recognizes that the health and well-being of the people of Trinidad and Tobago should never be a political issue, but one that all of us must come together and work together to ensure that all our citizens have the opportunity to live their lives to their fullest potential, to have the best quality of life possible so that they could go on to become meaningful contributors to national development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, I want to thank the member for Caroni East for bringing this very important issue to the House of Representatives for us to explore and give the government the opportunity to discuss what we have been doing. I want to thank my colleague from Kumutu Manzanilla and my colleague from Mayaro for being willing to embrace opportunities offered to them through the government to do work in their constituency. And again, I want to challenge my friend from Moruga Tableland and Tabaki, tell them the door is still open. The opportunity for all of you, if you're ready, come, willing to help. But initially we had that meeting, and from that meeting, the member for Kumotamans has been running with us on this drive to ensure that our young people, our children in particular, are healthy. And I want to commend him. And again, a healthy Trinidad and Tobago is all our business. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Shigonas East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me first say that I'm quite grateful for the opportunity to participate in this motion brought to this House by the Member of Parliament for Caroni East, who is by extension my immediate neighbor according to electoral constituencies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity to commend all of my colleagues on this side who would have spoken before. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would have just heard the member for Tobago East presenting on this particular motion relating to health services in this country. And as usual, in all of her contributions, which is commendable as well, she asks the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to take responsibility for their own health. The member went on to even commend my colleagues before commending her very own Minister of Health, which I found a very good sign for us on this side, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would indeed be an understatement if we say that the public health system is in chaos. The system is replete with ineffectiveness, mismanagement, and general malaise, with no foreseeable improvement under this administration. Despite an allocation, and you just heard from different speakers and at the last sitting where we debated this very same motion, despite an allocation in fiscal 2023-2024 of just under $6.5 billion, representing almost 10% of the total budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, my colleague for Caroni East would have stated it right when he opened this debate. Many of the negatives do not stem from financial resources, but rather from a lack of vision and general management, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know what is indeed sad and horrific in this entire situation? What is indeed sad and horrific is that this system is responsible for the lives of our population, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And when I say population, I mean the poor and vulnerable who are forced to access the public healthcare institutions for treatment that impact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on their lives, for treatment that impact on their well-being, for treatment that impact on their ability to work, for treatment that impact on them providing for their families and loved ones, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, yet no tangible efforts are being pursued to improve the system, or let us say, the delivery of healthcare in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today I want to say in this House that a poor, non-functioning public healthcare system is indeed a crime against humanity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would have listened to all the speakers on the other side thus far, and you heard several comments coming from the Minister of Health. You heard from W. O'Meara that this session, this particular issue, dealing with it, bringing the motion, it's time wasting, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all I saw from that side in this entire debate on this particular motion, and I want to read a part of this motion which must be made clear in this House. Be it resolved that this House call on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the healthcare sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in listening to the Minister of Health, in listening to all the speakers on the government bench, what we heard, defense, 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 Mr. Deputy Speaker. Time and time again, you would hear defense, defense, defense. And when they can indeed defend, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they do so with little testimony. You would have seen, you would have heard the Minister of Health scraping at the bottom of the barrel to get testimonies to bring to this House during his contribution. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and when they are scraping for testimonies and they can't find testimonies to bring to defend themselves in this House, you know what they do, Mr. Deputy Speaker? They call it a global issue. Time and time again, they call it a global issue. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, today I stand in support of my colleagues. This is Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Fix our country's problems. Fix our healthcare system problems. You are leading. You are governing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you don't follow their trend, they tend to come here and tell you that you are unpatriotic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to read from the Hansard, from the Minister of Health's contribution, where in responding to my colleague for Carney East, the minister would have said, so therefore we will do it alone. You do not want to help? He went on to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me take this opportunity to classify this motion as frivolous, vexatious, absurd, irrelevant, ridiculous, unpatriotic, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is what happens when you do not follow their trend. You are labeled in this country as unpatriotic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know what is unpatriotic? And I want to tell the Minister of Health that today. What is unpatriotic is turning a blind eye to our problems that we face. That is what is unpatriotic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister spoke about unhelpful. He labeled this motion as unhelpful. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we on this side do not want to help. We do not want to help on this side. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to remind the Minister of Health, if he forgot, when we on this side were assisting the government in mobilizing persons throughout our constituencies across the country to go and get the vaccines, when we were sending our staff the COVID vaccines, when we were sending our staff mobilizing to volunteer at the Diwali Nagar in Chagonas, when we were sending our staff to volunteer and assist the chambers of commerce, Sewa Titi and all of them, where was this Minister of Health labeling us as unhelpful, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we on this side, or all MPs as a matter of fact, all members are writing this Minister of Health, continuously writing as a matter of fact on behalf of our constituents, or various persons throughout Trinidad and Tobago to make the Minister of Health aware of certain issues within the public healthcare system that these constituents may be facing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, trying to make the Minister of Health aware we are not helping. This is what the Minister of Health is saying, we on this side are not helping. Yet we write for our constituents, yet we assist, and we would have assisted in initiatives by the Ministry of Health, and this minister labeled us on this side as unhelpful. We condemn those statements, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's nothing more patriotic than holding you accountable and for asking for improvement as citizens and as representatives in this country. Nothing more patriotic than that. And I am glad that San Fernando West today embraced our contributions, embraced our concerns by saying that this motion opens discussions on a critical issue, which is our healthcare system. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for San Fernando West said something which had me really stunned, that we want more. We are saying give more. We never said give more. We said improve, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We said that the issue is not money here. The issue is mismanagement. And the motion speaks for itself, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But you know what was disappointing? San Fernando West is busy everywhere in this country. Whether it be in the parliament or on a platform or opening of, commissioning of anything, the member for San Fernando West is speaking about taxes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what I could not get today is this country Yesterday in my very own constituency, someone tested positive for chickpea. You have dengue cases, and you would have seen the releases by the Ministry of Health. We heard nothing from San Fernando West as the Minister of Local Government on how the Ministry of Local Government is partnering with the Ministry of Health and regional corporations, local health authorities, within to deal with matters such as chickpea and dengue as it relates to the public healthcare system. And that was disappointing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, coming from the member for San Fernando West. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, everyone here today, you just heard the member for Tobago East, of course. You heard San Fernando West, you heard Dabadi, you heard the Minister of Health. And they are busy stressing on free public health care system, it's free, full, extremely subsidized, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government needs to stop behaving as though they are doing the people of this country a favor. And the citizens must take what they get because it's free. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just because it's free doesn't mean that the citizens of this country do not deserve proper and quality health care. Exactly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and you know what amazes me? They are speaking health surcharge, yes, the people pay health surcharge, yes, and they spoke about taxes even. Whatever citizens pay never seem to be enough for this government. It never seems to be enough, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is disappointing that they do not even appreciate what our citizens contribute to this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when this motion was initially debated on the 26th of January 2024, the day before, a friend sent me a video, and I believe it was a newspaper article, a link. When I clicked on it, it was the Minister, It was the Minister of Health, Mr. Deputy Speaker, distributing masks. And I happened to scroll through the comments. And you know what was one of the comments, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Give the people a good health care system, not masks. And that speaks exactly to this motion and what exactly the people of Trinidad and Tobago are pleading for when it comes to healthcare services from this current government that is governing this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Health even went on to speak about the Chaguanas Health Facility, and he even asked my colleagues, I want to see you label that as a white elephant. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we in Chaguanas welcome any type of improvement because we hardly get much anyways from this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to share with the Minister of Health that I received a call this week from one of my constituents who got a nail stick, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and went to the new emergency health facility located on Ramsran Street. And this was on Sunday this person went. And you know what was told to this constituent, Mr. Deputy Speaker? We cannot give you a tetanus injection here. You wait and go to the clinic on Wednesday of this week at Montrose, which is the old emergency facility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is what we are speaking about when we are speaking about healthcare services in this country. This is why we are here today calling for the improvement of our public healthcare system, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard a lot today about NCDs, and the member for Tobago East spoke a lot about NCDs. The Minister of Health as well in his contribution would have indicated that the next big NCD, hypertension, strokes, and he even went on, the Minister of Health, to say that I now have the 2023 closeout data. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Health indicated that, yes, indeed, they have statistics. And the member for Tobago East would have indicated that she admires the Minister of Health for his lobby for the change in mindset. Yes, we get that personal responsibility is important. Yes, we get that people need to do more for themselves. You need to market, you need to explain, you need to educate. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Health needs to admit that the strategies are not being changed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because you know what the big problem still is, Mr. Deputy Speaker? I didn't hear anything today about education and health awareness mechanisms are being criticized. And this is the fact of the matter. It's being criticized as the same old. So you are trying to have public awareness and education for our citizens, but you are not bringing it up to standard, meaning for it to appeal to persons. So it's the same old, and you would have heard this at public forums recently. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to share something with you. You see, one bad experience turn away many people. And you see our healthcare system, the Minister of Health must admit that your system is creating a deterrent population. Long waiting times. You reach the hospital, you have to wait, according to my colleague for Oropuch East. Lay on a stretcher, sit on a chair, sit on a bench. Sometimes people discharge themselves because they are so fed up. And this is creating a deterrent population. So when you speak NCDs, when people are fed up and they cannot deal with your system, they go home and they are frustrated and they do not wish to go back to your system. And this worsens their situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And unfortunately, if you really want to deal with NCDs, first of all, you need to deal with your system, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Tobago East, in her contribution just now, I am very glad that she recognized that cardiac disease is an important cause of death and disability in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm very glad about that. But you know what the question is? Why is it taking this government so long to build a cardiac cath lab at the San Fernando General Hospital, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Because the People's Partnership government would have identified a space at the San Fernando General Hospital and finalized the user brief in 2015. But 8 years later, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Trinidad and Tobago are still awaiting for the cath lab at the San Fernando General Hospital. Unacceptable, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And you know what's happening, member for Tobago East? You know what's happening? Sadly, in the meantime, Mr. Deputy Speaker, heart patients are dying in this country. Shame. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only thing I can do here today is call on this government to have a heart for the heart patients of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Tobago East also spoke about increasing access to healthcare facilities. But it's your government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is their government who closed the extended hours, which the People's Partnership government would have opened up at over 40 health centers in this country, and your government would have closed those extended hours. So, are you improving our healthcare systems? No. Right at the Cunupia Health Center, the member for San Juan Barataria, the member for Carney East can attest to this. People are always complaining to us about the hours, the opening hours of that particular health facility. And I can remember under the People's Partnership government, the Cunupia Health Center, the hours at that health center, it was extended, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, bring it back. extend the hours of our health facilities, open up the system if you are speaking, increasing access to our citizens, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Tobago East spoke about political issue, making healthcare a political issue, and we are not about that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they should be the last one to talk about making public health care a political issue, because you left the Couva Children's Hospital closed for 5 years plus. And I commend the leader of the opposition, because thank God for that hospital. When we had COVID in this country, we had that facility to use, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And they don't like to hear it, but we will continue to preach it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Health, and I remember every contribution the Minister of Health speaks about neonatal mortality. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today I want to place on the record, the Minister of Health always claims that neonatal mortality rates started to decrease under his watch and under his government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know they say facts are stubborn things? These figures speak for themselves, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and say otherwise, meaning correct, and puts in his place the Minister of Health. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to categorically state that the decrease in neonatal mortality rates, the decrease started under the People's Partnership government and the leader of the opposition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to invite the Minister of Health to look at the UNICEF data. And I want to read out, because he spent time reading out as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to read out the indicator neonatal mortality rate, year 2010, deaths per 1,000 live births. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 14.4. Mr. Deputy Speaker, neonatal mortality rate 2011, 14.0. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notice the drop. Neonatal mortality rate 2012, 13.6. Mr. Deputy Speaker, neonatal mortality rate 2013, 13.2. Mr. Deputy Speaker, neonatal mortality rate 2014, 12.8. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and neonatal mortality rate 2015, 12.4. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Health wants to take credit for this. You know, sometimes I don't want to do the tit for tat, but this started under us. Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we must commend the leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, who would have initiated the review. And the decrease started under us. You can mumble what you want from across there. It started under us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You tell me go easy, I'm going easier, Minister of Health. Right? The member for Siparia, under her government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, she would have ordered a review. And the report, the report is dear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, report of the Maternity Services Review Committee, Trinidad and Tobago, Ministry of Health, dated May 10th, 2013. And I want to read for you, because this decrease started under us, which I just explained. The executive summary of this particular report. And listen carefully. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is the PP government I'm speaking of. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has identified the health of pregnant women and their unborn and newborn babies as a priority of this nation. As a priority, if this nation is to attain, developed world status, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In addition, the government is also cognizant of the fact that Trinidad and Tobago may be lagging behind Millennium Development Goal 5A of the United Nations to reduce by 3/4 the maternal mortality ratio between 1990 and 2015. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition ordered the review. The review was done, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, of course, what I just read, the results of that particular report. And of course, yes, you heard the decrease continued. So it was work started by us, and we will take the credit for it, just like you are trying to steal the credit for it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to move a little bit as I continue on the provision of safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare services to our citizens, for all citizens of this country. And again, the mover of this motion must be commended for this intervention, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration. Of course, the report was not late, so I will not deliberate too much on it, but what I want to refer to is live broadcasting of town hall meetings, which was also reported in the newspaper, and I had cause to reflect on it by viewing YouTube as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I happen to be a member of that committee, and just recently a town hall meeting in South Trinidad. There was also one at the house itself, at the Parliament building, and there was one in Chagonas. But just recently in South, you would have heard about untold horrors besetting the public, and that was absolutely...
Again, Honourable Member, again, you made mention of it, the GSC, as being part of this parliamentary sitting of this particular term. And again, the report has not been laid. And remember, those live town hall meetings will also be part of the report. So again, I don't want you treading, even though you're going to talk about the town hall meetings, it still will be, again, the standing orders.
Sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Only reports in the public domain I'm dealing with. And I totally understand you, yes? So I will try my best. Good. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in listening to the Minister of Health and all of his colleagues, what I want to say about the reporting, on matters in the public domain on these particular town hall meetings is, I want to know, based on all the members of the government contribution, if the Minister of Health and his advisors or members of the public healthcare services did not take the opportunity to watch or listen to the commentary coming out of those meetings, because I want to beg the minister to review what's in the public domain and, Mr. Deputy Speaker, review what's in the public domain and breathe some compassion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, breathe some reliability and some safe assurances to our citizens of this country. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at those live forums and what is reported in the public domain, there were clear and compelling accounts by persons affected by the system, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which reinforces that safety is definitely lacking in the public healthcare system, as it speaks to in this motion here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to look a little bit at safety, which is in the first paragraph of the motion. And I want to refer to a Guardian article dated August 2023. A Rima hospital worker gunned down in car park. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Loop article dated 16 July 2023. Police investigating suspected kidnapping in San Fernando. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from these articles, it can be clearly gleaned that the safety of the public at these public healthcare institutions is indeed seriously compromised, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and given the wider societal context relative to crime, even our healthcare institutions are not immune, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but what is indeed mind-boggling, and I want to deal a little bit with special needs persons, and I want to refer to a Newsday article dated 9th December 2023. Mother, special needs son abused at San Fernando Hospital. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Amelia Brown wept as, and I quote, as she called on the Southwest Regional Health Authority to find out who abused her son, Michael, 55, while he was being treated at the San Fernando General Hospital. Brown of Lady Hales Avenue, San Fernando, said Michael told her he was pushed down and dragged by members of staff sometime between Wednesday evening and Thursday morning. She said the injuries left him unable to walk properly or even stand, as his knees were swollen and bruised. I continue, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A San Fernando General Hospital staff member who accompanied Brown to Newsday's office said, mental patients go through hell in there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and all the San Fernando General Hospital do is cover up.
Okay. Honourable Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 15 minutes. Care to avail yourself?
Of course.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I continue. The worker said when he realized the hospital was discharging the abused patient into his mother's care, he advised her against it. Took her to the Public Complaints Department at the San Fernando General Hospital to register her complaint and to Newsday because they were too quick to discharge him in another attempt to again cover up the incident. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today the Minister of Health is sitting in this House. We call on the authorities. It has been 1 month plus after this unforeseen outrage has elapsed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we call on the authorities to publicly indicate what the findings of their investigations are. And if none has been undertaken, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleading with the Minister of Health to demand a response which should be ventilated in public. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, such a circumstance should never occur at a public health care facility, especially, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when it is a special needs patient. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this fiasco must not go away by virtue of any cover-up, but heads should roll from top to bottom for this act, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my colleague for Caroni East would have touched on staffing at healthcare institutions. But quickly, I just want to touch on this issue of staffing. And I want to deal with the data in which my colleague for Caroni East revealed during his contribution as it relates to the very figure required for nurses across the country is 12,000. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as it relates to staff shortages, what must be discerned from these data presented and reported in the media as it relates to shortages at our public health care institutions are the following. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what are the shortfalls in the number of doctors? Mr. Deputy Speaker, what does this result in? When you have shortfalls in the number of doctors, you have longer working hours, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You have less intensive history taking, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you also have long wait for surgeries and procedures, and my colleague would have outlined that clearly in this motion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, most importantly, shortage of doctors would ultimately cause a total collapse of the nation's healthcare system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and one would ask if we are not already there. As it relates to staff shortages, as it relates to our staff members at the healthcare, on one hand, you are commending the healthcare workers, and we are commending them as well. But on the other hand, you are not acknowledging the pressures they face at these health institutions, which in turn is resulting in a collapse of our healthcare system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's look at wards maids, for example. What does shortfalls in wards made result in? Reduced hygiene on the wards. It results in potential for infection spread, or even opportunities for a reduction in aesthetics of medical health care institutions. And it must be noted that if wards made do not work for a week, the hospitals would have to be closed because of sanitation issues. So when we speak staff shortages, we must not just think that we are attacking healthcare workers who are not trying their best. We are speaking improvement, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let's look at laboratory technicians, for instance. Shortfalls in laboratory technicians. What it results in? Delays in the analysis of bodily fluids and tissues. Creates a backlog for critical medical procedures. It results in increases in the chances of mortality. So, therefore, the role of laboratory technicians cannot be underestimated, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let us look at sterilizing technicians, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Shortfalls. Shortfalls in sterilizing technicians. It can result in absence, which compromises patient safety. It can result in impacts on infection control. It can result in negative concessions in ensuring the delivery of safe and sterile medical equipment at public institutions. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one must ensure that all the support staff and the subsystems within the overall public healthcare systems are harmonized to effectively provide proper healthcare to our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, of course, staff shortages will have a negative impact on our healthcare institutions. And I want to touch a little bit on long waiting periods at healthcare institutions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from my perspective, this motion and previous presentations as it relates to the public healthcare system or sector is not about scoring political points. If one could remember, in March 2023, the 22nd of March to be exact, the Hansard would reflect where I raised a matter on the adjournment. And that matter was the need for the government to address the pressing issues related to access to medical care for young persons living with physical and developmental challenges. And I went on to explain where a child was referred by the general practitioner at the Shogunas Health Facility to the Eric Williams Sciences Complex Pediatric Development Unit on August 22nd, 2022 for suspicion of autism. And they visited the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex on the said August 22nd, 2022, got an appointment for Monday, 17 July 2023. Months later, almost 11 months after the initial visit, and was told that they are speeding up the process. In the interim, and I'm reading here from what I would have stated, and it's on the Hansard. In the interim, on February 15, 2023, this child was knocked down in front of her house because she tends to run off, and suffered injuries to the head, shoulders, and upper body with great damages to her legs, hospitalized on February 15th to March 1st, 2023. At a scheduled clinic visit on March 20th, 2023, the parent was advised that due to the complication arising from the broken leg, that no surgical procedure can be undertaken at present, and for a possible 3 to 4 months, thus coinciding with her future appointment, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would this not impact, and I ask, would this not impact on her scheduled autism determination appointment for Monday, July 17, 2023? Mr. Deputy Speaker, just recently I want to share with you, my office would have liaised with this particular mother for an update. And this mother would have informed my constituency office, because we tend to follow up on matters. And of course, I write the Minister of Health very often. And that aside, the mother informed that the doctors at Mount Hope conducted an examination on her scheduled appointment in July 2023 and advised that the child requires the services of a neurologist. And what is even more alarming is that she was not referred to a neurologist at Mount Hope or another public healthcare institution. She was advised to seek one in private, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And you want to tell me that we are providing the best healthcare to citizens of this country, and this is what special children have to face when they go to public healthcare institutions in our country, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Unacceptable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to touch on disabled persons seeking public healthcare at public healthcare institutions. The Eldamo service is a service created to assist persons to get to public healthcare facilities or other state facilities as the need arises. Mr. Deputy Speaker, are you aware, and it is publicly stated at many public forums, that Eldamo services provided by the PTSE, being paid for by the Ministry of Social Development, in many instances have been non-functional in our country. Non-functional. Persons are sitting out at home, disabled persons, whether it be children or adults, they are at home requesting this service, requesting the Eldamo service, sitting at home waiting, and are left, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with no service. They have to call private cars to take them. Of course, these private vehicles are not equipped to take them, so sometimes they have no choice but to miss their appointments, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That too, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is unacceptable as it relates to access to our public healthcare facility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, quickly, I want to touch on CEDAP because there's so much to deal with under the public healthcare system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they could press release this, they could press release that, they could try to correct this, they could try to get ERHs to do the other. They cannot save themselves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what's in the public domain from these public town hall meetings? Citizens are speaking their experiences. Dr. LeBlanc, if I'm to state it correctly, she has nothing to defend, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm so sorry that she had to write up a press release this morning or last night, but I saw it this morning, apologizing if she made the Minister of Health feel anyhow. Mr. Deputy Speaker, look at the newspaper and see how people have to spend $3,000 to $4,000 on medication as it relates to medication for cancer, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So they could press release whatever they want. They could say the ministry and the ERHs confirming. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Health is the Minister of Health. So if the ERHA confirm it is the Minister of Health trying to defend himself, it does not mean that it is available. They are speaking free cancer drugs, free treatment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it might be free, but it's not available, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And what are you going to do about that, Minister of Health? You are going to come here and talk about expiry? No. You need to make it available to the people and stop trying to cover it up, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And another 48.6, please. Cover it up.
Hold on. Right. Again, member, in terms of the context, I think you can, say it differently, please.
I withdraw that statement, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to say that the Minister of Health should not try to tell the population differently. The truth shall always prevail. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have just a few more seconds, and I want to borrow a phrase. And that is, where there is no question, there is no answer. So do not call it time wasting We are holding you accountable and calling for improvement for our citizens who are also your citizens, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And we as the opposition are here to ask. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are demanding an answer by action in fixing our healthcare system, in improving our healthcare system, as I wholeheartedly endorse this motion by my colleague for Caroni East. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Toko Sandy Grandi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to join this debate brought to this House by the member for Caroni East. A motion entitled, "Whereas it is the duty of the government to provide safe and reliable and compassionate health care services for all citizens." Mr. Deputy Speaker, my answer to that first line is we are aware of this responsibility as a government, and this is why we continue to provide excellent healthcare services to all our citizens. And whereas the provision of the human resource is not adequately met and demands of the public healthcare, resulting in patients being subjected to long waiting times and postponement of clinic visits, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are aware as a government of our challenges that we may face from time to time, but I want to assure the population that the Ministry of Health, the Minister of Health, and this government would not neglect their responsibilities to ensure that we do better, to ensure that the best healthcare services are provided to our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It also goes on to say, and whereas healthcare professionals do not have access to modern information technology system, lack of access to suitable drugs, equipment, and facilities to deliver modern and advanced health care. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my response to that, this is totally misleading and untruth. And whereas healthcare workers have endured physical and mental stress in the delivery of the public healthcare services, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to put on the record that I have been in continuous contact with various persons in the medical fields, and no such report has come to me, especially from the Eastern Regional Health Authority. Be it resolved, this House call on the government to implement measures to immediately improve and deliver healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago to address mismanagement in the health care sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the implementation was done many years ago by this PNM government, and we will continue to provide and improve excellent healthcare service to all our citizens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that as a Member of Parliament for Toko Sangre Grande, and as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, I usually give Jack his jacket and Jim his gym boots when they are right. But to my good friend from Caroni East, the member for Caroni East, I want to say today that I take your jacket and boots and hand it to my constituency neighbor, the member for Komoto Manzalina, for his sterling and truthful contribution yesterday. Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me to start by congratulating the Minister of Health, the Honorable Terence Yal Singh, member for St. Joseph, and all healthcare workers throughout Trinidad and Tobago for their hard work and effort in ensuring all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are afforded access to good health care, follow-up services, inclusive of medication, which are available in our health care facilities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, given all the facts laid by the speakers on this side who went before me, I would speak on the quality of health care services available to all the citizens in the various communities in the northeastern areas of Trinidad and Tobago, more particularly the constituency of Toko Sangre Grande, Komoto Manzalina, Mayaro, who happens to fall under the Eastern Regional Health Authority. So, Deputy Speaker, the Eastern Regional Health Authority, more commonly known as the ERHA, has become a staple throughout the constituency and the region of the Eastern region, being a well-established high-quality care provider. The Eastern Regional Health Authority offers a wealth of services to the communities and to anyone that seeks them out in their time of need, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The ERHA is committed to providing a free means of health care for the sole purpose of enhancing the well-being of the population in and around the region. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ERHA is one of 5 regional health authorities in Trinidad and Tobago that was established by an Act of Parliament December 1994, carried out by only a PNM government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is on this basis that I stand here proud to lay the facts of advancement and availability in the public health sector under the leadership of this government and the hard-working Minister of Health, who belongs to the People's National Movement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to start by putting on the record the access and availability of our health centers in the region that happens to be taken care of by the Eastern Regional Health Authority. I would list the health centers, starting from Matlat, Toko, Kumana, Matura, Sani Grande Enhanced Health Center, Valencia, Corial, Komoto, Mayaro, Rio Caro, Corial, Bish, Brothers Road, Guayagari, Grand Riviere, San Souci, 17 health centers that happens to be servicing all the persons that fall in the area that the Eastern Regional Health Authority takes care of. Some of the services that are available, Mr. Deputy Speaker, through these facilities would be general practice services, accident and emergency, obstetric and gynecology, specialist chronic disease management, dermatology, emergency nursing, community nursing clinics, antenatal, chronic disease, child health, postnatal, family planning, men's health, women's care and dressing, homes visit. You can also find radiology there, pharmacy, ultrasound, dental health, HIV, rapid testing, renal screening, diabetes management and counseling services. Medical social workers are also available, nutrition and diet services, mental health clinics, phlebotomy, pap smears, and wellness activities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you see, the Minister of Health and the Ministry of Health understand that it is very important to provide health care, not only for certain parts of the country of Trinidad and Tobago, but to ensure that the people on the northeastern side of this country is not geographically disadvantaged and fall short of getting proper health care. And we want to thank the Minister of Health, the Ministry of Health, and its healthcare workers for the services that they have been providing for us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would move on to obstetric and gynecology department. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an important department, especially for the ladies. They would understand where I'm going. And the Directorate of Women's Health under the Ministry of Health, Trinidad and Tobago, has mandate to reduce maternal mortality and morbidity. This mandate falls under the Sustainable Development Goal SDG 3.1. This goal is by 2030 to reduce global maternal mortality and ratio to less than 70 per 100,000 births. Obstetric care is an integral part as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these services are available. In September of 2022, the County of St. Andrew, St. David, and Nariva Miaro have their centers, and it is available ongoing to date. Valencia, you could have that service on a Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Rio Claros, Wednesday, Komoto on a Friday, all up between the hours of 9 to 12. Miaro District Health Facility, Thursday 9 to 12. Toko on a Friday, and the Sani Grande Enhanced Health Center, same time on a Wednesday between the hours of 9 to 12. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thus far in the Rio Claro, Miaro area, those clinics would have saw over 1,027 persons who would have accessed the service there. In the St. Andrew, St. David area, 653 persons access service there. Mr. Deputy, in conclusion of the gynecology and obstetric department, this has resulted in the reduction of maternal morbidity and mortality rates in achieving global maternal ratio less than 70 per 100,000. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Eastern Regional Health Authority, since its inception and existence, especially under our good Minister of Health, the Honorable Terence Dial Singh, has a lot of achievements in its hat. The commencement of a satellite dialysis unit at the Naparima Miaro, which benefited patients, improved service delivery for patients residing in the county. They saw over 56 patients during that period when it was established in 2020. On the 5th of October, 18 died, and may their soul rest in peace. At present, the remaining 37 is accessing the service. Community rotation, including accident and emergency, is also available. Benefits to the patients to bring specialized care closer to clients and to ensure the best outcome for high-risk groups, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Number of patients would have accessed that service from 2020 of October to June 2023. 405 patients have been at the St. Andrew, St. David centers, and also to the Nariva Miaro centers. 151 patients would have accessed such services. We also, as we are in line with achievements, introduction of an art music therapy session at the Ward 5, the female ward. This is also to just enhance the aesthetics of the ward and ensure that you make the environment a little more comfortable for persons who are ailing and those who come to visit them from time to time. It also offers relaxation to them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We also saw the launch of a Healthy Hospital initiative in collaboration with UE. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Operations Department, they established a 12-chair satellite dialysis center in Naparima Riaro, and our numbers for October 2020 to December was 69, January 2021 to December 347, January 2022 to December 2022 391, and 2023 January to December 454, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So in context, I could say that the equipments are there and the services are available, and our citizens are making use of those services available to them to ensure that they maintain good health and access the good and high quality health care that is being provided to them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The expansion of the service at the Toko Health Center to include ultrasonograph between 2020 and 2023, a total visit of 1,346 patients. Ophthalmology, 2020 to 2023, 8,666 patients visited. The refurbishment of the decommissioned maternity unit into a full accident and emergency department, and we saw from 2020 to 2023, 15,632 patients visited that department as well. And that is not all, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We also saw, right in the San Grande Hospital, the commissioning of a new 16-slice computed tomograph CT scanner for the San Grande Hospital, and we saw some 25,762 patients taking access and using such a service. Installation of digital X-ray radiology system at the San Grande Hospital and Rio Claro Health Center, allowing for the elimination of analog to digital conversion. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that this government, the Minister of Health, is pushing our health sector in the right direction. Our citizens have available new and modern technology to ensure that their health are intact. And at this time, I want to encourage persons to go out, take care of themselves. I would share the advice to myself as well. Do not believe that we are heroes and superheroes, but make sure that the investment that the government, the Ministry of Health, the Minister of Health, healthcare workers are making to make good healthcare available to us are appreciated, and we use such that are available to us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I witnessed the opening of the San Grande Enhanced Health Center with services expansion to include X-ray services, ultrasonograph, ophthalmology, and general practitioner services. And I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a member of Parliament who is always on the ground and amongst my people, I visit that enhanced center from time to time, which opens sometimes, I think, on a Saturday, Minister, and persons go there and there is very little to no complaints of the service because of what was provided by this government and by this Minister of Health. So I thank you very much for that, Minister of Health. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we live in a society now that sometimes forget to say thank you, and sometimes we forget to speak about the good things that happen. We are not in a perfect world, and I can assure you as a government, we will continue to strive to excellence and ensure that we give the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago the best available services that we can provide for them. I want to share this time, with your permission, some expression of praise and thanks to different departments of the ERHA, and I would quote the following. Dated the 9th of May 2022, and I would quote here, I am very thankful for the proper cleaning and dressing from nurse name. She was gentle and did her job properly, and also the medication that was prescribed was available to me. Thank you very much. Patient name. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are so many, and I would touch on a few of grateful persons who access the good healthcare services provided to them right at the San Grande Hospital and those health centers, even on the Komoto Manzalina constituency. We have a couple health centers there, and in the Nariva Miaro area. On behalf of my father, patient name, I would like to say thanks to you, Dr. Name, and your team for your dedication and compassion in the manner in which they handle my father's case today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this indicates to me that the claim of medical healthcare professionals being under pressure to execute their duties is non-existent, or if it do exist, it is very minute, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to share a good news article which went out by the Eastern Regional Health Authority, and it was dated June the 25th, 2023. And they are asking to publish, and let's help share to recognize the positive and fantastic service of the ERHA, and this is in the Rio Claro area, accident and emergency, to the doctors, nurses. Thank you very much for your fantastic work and friendliness that was extended to my family. Hats off, keep up the good work. May God continue to bless you all. And so forth and so on. And it's so many thank you. You know, there's also one that says here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that once upon a time I had little to no trust in the public healthcare sector, but because of the service that was afforded, I choose private any day. Now I must say, hats off to the staff at the Rio Claro Health Center. Significant improvement. And this is during the tenure of this Minister of Health, this PNM government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to put on the record. There are so many. There's even from little kids and all, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will read them out because the Lord, the good Lord that we serve, tells us about the little children. You know? The children. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, the kids who goes to the hospital, you have so many, and I would not show, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, to all the loving nurses of Ward 1, thank you for all the love and care extended to me, this little one. I felt as if my mommy were here with me always. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am also a member of the Joint Select Committee in the capacity of Vice Chairman. And I understand where the speaker who went before me, my friend for Chaguanas East, was trying to go. But what the member did not mention is that release that she mentioned, the latter release, did not mention the Minister of Health. It mentioned an apology to the Ministry of Health, but she chose to mention the Minister of Health, the member for St. Joseph. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to put on record here some thank yous that I saw came to me to the nurses, doctors, and the entire team for the oncology at the Sangre Grande Hospital. So it's on record that persons are receiving their medication, their services from the oncology, the cancer department, and the people who are receiving such are grateful for it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I also have one here which is in appreciation to the oncology department, and I would not go into much details because I have personal information, but our heartfelt thanks and love and dedication for your divine service to our loved one who would have been at the oncology department, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I could also put on the record some personal experience which I choose to put on today. My deceased grandfather, Mr. Deputy Speaker, may his soul rest in peace, a man that is dear to my heart, I personally took him to the oncology department at the Sangre Grande Hospital in the year 2015. And I must say that the service there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was second to none. And it was not at that time that I was a member of Parliament or I was anybody that would have been recognized to be treated specially. But he was treated with respect. We were treated as citizens, whether you want to say he was paying health surcharge or not, he was treated with the service that is expected to be given to citizens by this government of Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to say thank you very much for that service. So, Deputy Speaker, I go on again because I speak about the ERHA. It's in my constituency and it's an entity that I am ever proud of. ERHA prepares staff, and I read a clip in here. The ERHA prepares staff to respond to mass casualty. These are initiatives all geared and came from our Minister of Health and his team to ensure, because he understands the different and varying RHAs around the country. And if you know where we are located, these preparation is in tune with assisting our people on the northeastern parts, the eastern seaboard of Trinidad and Tobago, and ensuring that our responders are well equipped. So I want to continue by thanking the Minister again and his team for always looking out for his RHAs throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I quote Sunday, December the 3rd, 2023, Newsday article, woman survived deadly snake bite in Komoto. And I say here, quoting from the victim, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be honest, on the ward, I got really good treatment. I remained in the hospital for approximately 12 days. The medical team was very attentive. I have absolutely no complaints, but the treatment I got on the ward, patient name, express gratitude for the ward, 5 medical team who cared for her, including Dr. Name and the nursing staff. She said she was depressed and wanted to leave, but their care made her stay easier, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is right at the Sangre Grande Hospital. This is not outside of the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the hospital that is manned by the ERHA and headed by the Minister of Health, the Honorable Terence Dialsing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to go on to the new Sangre Grande Hospital. And I must mention the construction of the new Sangre Grande 106-bed hospital campus. And I want to say here, in the presence of the Minister of Health and to my colleagues on the other side, that I express my heartfelt gratitude to the invitation offered to the member for Komoto Manzilina for attending that site visit and understanding what this government is doing and making as an investment, not only to benefit the constituents or the citizens in Toko Sangre Grande, but also yours in Komoto Manzilina and as far as Miaro as well. Thank you very much for your understanding and care to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this new 106-bed, state-of-the-art, well-equipped, I have been there, it is well-equipped hospital will guarantee the further improvement in the healthcare delivery to the people of Sangre Grande, Valencia to Matlot, Matura, Guaycot, Tamana, Komoto, Manzalina, and the entire eastern region of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Deputy Speaker, the new facility will also offer various services such as general X-ray, laboratory service, endoscopy, CT scan, general ultrasound, MRI, physiotherapy. We could boast of 3 operating theater, boast also of 4 high dependency unit, and an inpatient pharmacy, amongst many others. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these services, in my opinion, is what is needed to further advance the already superb service that is carried out by the healthcare professionals in the eastern region of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I close, once again I say, heartfelt thank you on behalf of all the constituents and citizens of the northeastern region and myself to Minister Dialsing. The government of Trinidad and Tobago, the entire team at the Ministry of Health, administration and staff at the ERHA. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this time I want to acknowledge the CEO of the ERHA, Mr. Soyafat. I want to also acknowledge Dr. Rajiv Bagalu, who is a hard worker and ensuring that our brand new hospital would be on time and on stream for us, our constituents. Just today, I saw that they're going to have some talks with our citizens, our residents, our constituents, to show the good work of the People's National Movement government and the member for St. Joseph. And I want to say at this point in time that some time ago, the member for Superior would have mentioned that funds was used from NGC to build the Point 14 and the Arima Hospital. That is untruth, it is misleading, and it is disingenuous. Funding was done by a loan facility, and the same was done for the Sangre Grande Hospital. So this government does not operate in such a manner like those on the opposite side. We do things in accordance. We respect our citizenry. And to the member for Caroni East, I thank you for the motion so that we on this side could express the truth which is in the public domain. And next time we have a motion, I ask that not half-truths come forward, but bring all the facts before us. I refuse to accept, I'm not usually confused, member for Caroni East, but I refuse to accept the offering that was brought before us in this House. I refuse to accept this motion. I stand committed and resolute with my government, my Minister of Health, our healthcare workers, and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to join this debate and express my full support for my colleague, the member for Caroni East, for brilliantly piloting this most relevant motion, which addresses the issues affecting the healthcare system here in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to firstly congratulate and endorse all that has been said by my colleagues on this side, the member for Caroni East, the member for Faizabad, Kumoto, Manzanilla, the member for Chaguanas East. My colleagues have demonstrated that they are very familiar with the issues in the healthcare sector affecting the citizens of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and also the issues affecting the staff who have to deal with the frustration of those issues on a daily basis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I go into the motion that is before us today, which states, whereas it is the duty of the government to provide safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare services for all citizens, and whereas the provision of human resources has not adequately met the demands for public health care, resulting in patients being subjected to long waiting times and the postponement of clinic visits and surgeries, and whereas healthcare professionals do not have access to modern information technology system, lack access to suitable drugs, equipment, and facilities to deliver modern and advanced healthcare, and whereas healthcare workers have endured physical and mental stress in the delivery of public health services, be it resolved that this House call on government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the healthcare sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I begin my contribution by making reference to a newspaper article, to a news article by Loop News dated August 10, 2023, entitled Faizabad MP PM Rowley, and they were referring to the Honorable Member for Diego Martin West, out of touch on local healthcare system. In the article, my colleague, the member for Faizabad, stated, and I quote, "It is really a concern when the Prime Minister refuses to see and acknowledge the glaring realities that citizens and staff are faced with on a daily basis in the public healthcare system," end quote. This was in response, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to statements made by the Honorable Prime Minister on Monday, the 7th of August, 2023, where the Prime Minister chastised the citizenry at the opening of the Ministry of Health's new administrative building in Port of Spain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was reported that the Prime Minister stated, and I quote, that citizens are ungrateful, shouldn't complain, and that the public healthcare system in this country is better than most and better than many, end quote. However, responding immediately to the Prime Minister, the President of the Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association, Mr. Edie Stewart, stated that there are glaring deficits in the system and that the Prime Minister's comments showed that he was insulated from the real experiences at the hospitals. Mr. Stewart also stated that the quality of healthcare in Trinidad and Tobago is not up to the standard that citizens deserve. Mr. Stewart is quoted saying, "It would seem as though the Prime Minister and his government is content to bury their collective heads in the sand and pretend that all is well in this country." He, along with the Minister of Health, seemed to be blissfully unaware of the long waiting time for clinic appointments, the long waiting time for surgeries, the lack of medicines and other basic supplies, the lack of maintenance of critical medical equipment, issues regarding employment and terms and conditions of doctors and nurses, poor nurse-to-patient ratio, and the list goes on and on, end quote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, does this sound like a government who is fulfilling their duty to provide safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare services to all citizens? I don't think so, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There's a resounding no. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to a Joint Select Committee meeting that was reported just yesterday. The Express reported on a Joint Select Committee town hall meeting held virtually on Wednesday, the 20th of March. At the meeting, the head of the Trinidad and Tobago Cancer Society, Dr. Asante LeBlanc, told my colleague, the MP for Chaguanas East, and other members of the Joint Select Committee that there were shortages of cancer drugs and that patients were receiving antiquated drugs, if any at all. The committee was told that this was due to the lack of funding, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Lack of funding, or should we ask the question, is it a mix of priority? We have to ask, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The head of the Trinidad and Tobago Cancer Society told the Joint Select Committee that breakdowns and shortages in equipment were still being reported in every single regional health authorities, and that was resulting in huge delays in things like mammograms and colonoscopy, with some waiting for years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the article, a very interesting piece of the article that I want to go directly to the article to bring to your attention is when the article spoke about free drug offer. And I quote here, noting associations with pharmaceutical companies had to be approached with caution, LeBlanc disclosed she had been made offers of free drugs by companies which were seeking an audience with the government. LeBlanc said she had been asked to act as an ambassador between the parties, but there had been a lack of response from the government. LeBlanc asked why not explore it, as it was happening in other countries. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we ask the same question, why not explore when we are hearing that there are antiquated drugs in the system and person cannot get these drugs and there's offer on the table? All we are asking is for a conversation to take place and for the Honourable Minister responsible to account to the population to provide us with some sort of feedback. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to move to recital 2, which speaks of inadequate provision of human resources. In an Auditor General special report laid in this very House on the 5th of June 2023, it categorically states that the current ratio of doctors, nurse, and midwife per 1,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago. And let me just repeat that there, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Auditor's General Special Report laid in this House on the 15th of June 2023 categorically states that currently there is a ratio of 1 doctor, nurse, and midwife per 100 person here in Trinidad and Tobago. But I ask the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are you familiar with what the international best practice standard is? Well, the World Health Organization provides us with guidance on this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the standard recommended by the World Health Organization is that there be 4 doctors, nurses, and midwives per 1,000 persons. While best practice is recommending 4, we are operating at 1, at 25% of what it should be. According to the World Health Organization, Trinidad and Tobago is significantly undermanned, understaffed in our nation's hospitals and health centers. That same Auditor General's special report goes on further saying that out of the 17,682 healthcare positions here in Trinidad and Tobago, 6,647 of them are vacant. That is 40% of the positions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, being vacant. Vacant when we have young doctors and nurses at home, jobless, unemployed, and working in a non-sustainable job. You would have heard from my colleague, the member for Urupuch East, speaking about over 500 doctors home unemployed. I know of scholarship winners, Mr. Deputy Speaker, persons coming out of the university who would have been scholarship winners, and they cannot find themselves work in this system based on how it is at this point in time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This significant vacancies in the system leads to long waiting time for patients to be attended to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, do you think at this level of human resources shortage, we can provide a satisfactory level of patient care for the citizens of this country? Is this why constituents in Couva North and many citizens across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago are waiting to see doctors and specialists for weeks, months, and sometimes going into years? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to just share with you a little story about a young man from my constituency, the constituency of Couva North, who came to my office, and he was hoping to get some tests at Mount Hope. I did intervene and assisted the young man to get the tests, and eventually he had a biopsy. He had a thyroid problem, and he got a biopsy conducted in February 2023. That's last year, more than a year ago. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaking with this young man earlier, and I asked my office specifically to contact him again this week to find out what is the situation. You know that young man, up to today's date, is still waiting on the results of a biopsy done since February 2023. That is totally unacceptable, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to move to an article by the Trinidad Express dated January 23, 2021, waiting in vain at San Fernando Hospital. This article, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by the Sunday Express visited the Accident and Emergency Department at the Southwest Regional Health Authority on Wednesday and observed more patients waiting on a doctor. They say this has become routine at that hospital. One outpatient shrugged his shoulders and looked to the sky with a forlorn expression on his face. He said, "What can I do? Every time I come here, all I do is wait. It's been this way for years." Waiting for 2, 4, or even 6 hours a day on a chair in pain for medical care at public health institution is the norm. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the article it continues further, a man who had brought his 89-year-old mother to the hospital on Tuesday around 6 p.m. said she did not get a bed until 6 a.m. the next day, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to another article which deeply saddens me, entitled "Hospital Horrors, Fed Up of Waiting," published by the Trinidad and Tobago Express on January 2021. The first line of the article states, "Fed up." And when we go into this article, it says, these 3 short words sums up the emotion of patients seeking outpatient services at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, Mount Hope, while their appointments keep getting pushed back over and over again. While Health Minister has showered praises on the parallel healthcare system established due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the primary healthcare system is suffering. In the article, one patient lamented, saying, they keep saying it's because of COVID, but it's not. They are grossly mismanaged. They have a backlog. If you see people that's be here waiting, and every time you come for your appointment, they put you off for another day. I was admitted to the clinic in July last year. I got rescheduled to September. When I went back in September, they put me off to January. And now today, I got pushed back to April. Another patient, the relative of a diabetic patient, stated, my dad did surgery and 2 of his toes were removed. He needs to have his follow-up and see a doctor. And up to now, he can't see a doctor. He can't even go to the health center because Mount Hope has to clear him first. This is ridiculous now. Since March last year, he did surgery, and this article is in January. Talking about almost another year, this diabetic patient waiting to see a doctor. Another patient said, it is frustrating. Every time you come, they keep pushing back your appointment date. Madam Speaker, the mother of an epileptic patient said, no reason at all. The appointment before today was in June last year. Now our appointment was today, and we got put off until March the 12th. We had to hire a taxi. We left home without even cooking lunch because we didn't want to miss the appointment. And this seems to be, Madam Speaker, this seems to be the norm, that citizens out there, that patients continue to cry, continue to suffer, yearning and pleading for better health care in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And my colleague, the member for Oropouche West, he said, don't come here and scrape the bottom of the barrel seeking testimonial of persons who are saying thank you for the services you offered. That is what you're supposed to provide for the citizens of this country. So yes, it's always good to say thank you for when you receive something, but at the end of the day, when we hear these kinds of testimony being placed in the public domain and reported by the newspaper, Madam Speaker, then there is room for a lot of concern. Then there's room, Madam Speaker, for us to check ourselves and to re-examine whether or not we are delivering on the mandate, on the responsibility that comes with the office we occupied. These are the sentiments of patients seeking healthcare services at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, and where the appointments keep getting pushed back, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this is why this motion is so relevant. This is why this motion is so relevant, Madam Speaker, as stated by my colleague, the member for Caroni East, which I make reference once more to the recital, which brings into context all those testimonies, which basically shows how relevant recital number 2 is, and whereas the provision of human resources has not adequately met the demand for public health care, resulting in patients being subjected to long waiting times and the postponement of clinic visits and surgeries. Madam Speaker, moving on to recital 3, which speaks of modern information technology system. According to the same Auditor General's special report, there is no integration of information technology system highlighted in the report. And I want to move away to another Newsday article dated Thursday, the 30th of November, 2023, reporting on a public healthcare system, reporting on a joint select committee town hall meeting, and this article is titled Public Healthcare System Slammed at Joint Select Committee Town Hall Meeting. This article speaks of long wait time and disappearing patient file. Some of the complaints from the public about the local healthcare system that the Joint Select Committee Town Hall Meeting on Social Services, chaired by Independent Senator Dr. Richards. In this article, an audience member went to the Port of Spain General Hospital at 4:45 a.m. She only got to see a doctor at 11:15 a.m. and after waiting for medication, left at 3:30 p.m., Madam Speaker. Almost an entire day had to be spent at the hospital just to get to see that doctor. She said the doctor told her she was not experiencing menopause and was just depressed and should see a psychiatrist. The doctor, she said, also inaccurately assumed she had cancer when she mentioned she had a hysterectomy. Her patient file went missing. This is important to note here, Madam Speaker, what the Express is reporting that came out of that Joint Select Committee meeting, that the patient file also went missing. Had she not taken photos of the file and stored it on her phone, she would have been waiting even longer. So we have patients, we have citizens who seems to be way advanced to this government when it comes to digitalization and digitizing their records. How difficult it is really, Madam Speaker, for us to move in this direction of utilizing information technology system and integrating our system and digitizing our patient's record. In this report here, another audience member who was in an accident 19 years ago said her first patient file, which was thick like an encyclopedia, got lost. Her second file also lost. I want to move across swiftly because there's a very important contribution that was recorded in this committee meeting. It came from committee member and minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Minister Avinash Singh, said his grandmother's patient file was once lost also. This is a minister, this is a government minister giving a testimony here that his grandmother's file was lost, and he believed TNT must move away from this hard copy paperwork system, move into digitalization, where you could go into any health facility in the country and your entire medical records will be at the disposal of the staff. Is it that those in this place doesn't speak to those in the other place? Is it that some ministers are not taking into consideration what other ministers are saying? Here we have Minister Avinash Singh making very valuable recommendations, and it seems to me, Madam Speaker, like it is falling upon deaf ear. While it is reported that the Ministry of Health has their IT system and the Regional Health Authority has their separate system, it is not interfaced nor integrated with each other. So when patients visit Shogunas Health Center for a routine checkup, the doctor at the health center doesn't have access to the patient's medical history from another health center or hospital. They may have had medical procedures such as tests, operation, or treatments done previously. This lack of integration means that a patient will have to explain their medical history and may even have to undergo redundant tests, hence wasting time, resources, finance, etc. Furthermore, the system used by these clinics don't talk to each other or connect to the broader Ministry of Health system, meaning that crucial information about a person's health medical history might not reach the right people in a timely manner. Madam Speaker, the combination of integrating medical IT systems, cloud computing, mobile access devices is bringing about a new era, a new system called managed care environments. But while the world is talking about managed care environments and telemedicine, here in Trinidad and Tobago, we are still dealing with patients waiting hours and days and months to see doctors, and patient files being missing, going missing and being lost. Madam Speaker, this is some serious issues that this motion allows us to highlight, and I really do hope that upon the completion of this motion, that those on the other side take into consideration what comes out of this debate and what are some of the recommendations so that we can collectively work towards building a better healthcare for all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to recital 3, the lack of access to equipment and facilities to deliver modern and advanced healthcare. Madam Speaker, since 2020, this government has been promising the construction of a cardiac catheterization lab at the San Fernando General Hospital. A cardiac catheterization lab, which is also known as a cath lab, is used for diagnostic and interventional procedure relating to heart conditions. It is crucial in providing accurate diagnosis, which can enable healthcare providers to develop appropriate treatment plans tailored to each patient's need. It also facilitates procedures including angioplasty, stent placement, along with other procedures. A cardiac catheterization lab is essential for the country's healthcare system. However, year after year, we have been hearing of the promise of the completion of the catheterization lab at the San Fernando General Hospital. What we saw happen instead, Madam Speaker, is that 131 million spent, and instead of having a cath lab built out, now we have a modern 9-story car park that you can park and wait hours and hours to see the doctor. No cath lab, still up to now, after how much years at the San Fernando General Hospital. And I understand after spending all that money, persons, vulnerable citizens, those who are dependent on the public health system have to find money now to pay to park. I understand it's about $9 an hour or $60 if you have to spend a day to get health care. You spend about $60 for the day to go and park at that $131 million car park. Citizens who face the life and death situation of clogged arteries have to continue now to wait months and years for an angiogram or other tests to be done where no cath lab has been built out up to now. And I use this opportunity once more again, Madam Speaker, to appeal to this government to please find the necessary resources, the means, and the will to deliver on your promise and have the cath lab services delivered at the San Fernando General Hospital. Madam Speaker, moving on to recital 4, healthcare workers enduring physical and mental stress. After COVID-19 pandemic, most healthcare practitioners in Trinidad and Tobago felt overwhelmed by the ongoing challenges and lack of support in the healthcare system. In the Simongal report, which was released in February 2022, a committee appointed by the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, to investigate the factors contributing to clinical outcome of COVID-19 patients in Trinidad and Tobago. It was noted that in addition to medical staff shortage and burnout, there were shortages and basic items at the hospital. There were shortages with basic items at the hospital. The report stated, any mention of short staffing must also mention treatment of staff. At some sites, young doctors had to sleep on mattresses on the floor. Often, this involved 3 or 4 doctors sleeping in the same room. There were also security concerns because some doctors complained that the door of their room could not be locked. This is worrisome, Madam Speaker, given the current state of crime in the country. The report also revealed that the short locum contract lasting 1 to 3 months has significantly dampened the morale of young doctors who were subjecting themselves to the considerable risk. The locum contract, Madam Speaker, is an employment contract designed to fill temporary vacancy and increase its staff during peak times in the healthcare industry. However, one of the main issues associated with this locum contract is that it does not allow doctors to have things like leave, to apply for leave, paid leave, vacation leave, sick leave, etc. Nurses also, some nurses spoke out about the psychological pressure they felt when confronted with the many deaths in a day. These are the same medical practitioners that are still servicing our population today, Madam Speaker. And I have to pause to say a special thank you to all those healthcare workers who place themselves on the line to provide healthcare for the citizens of this country.
Honourable Member, might I advise you have 2 more minutes of original spell. It's now 1 more minute of original speaking time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes, extended time if you wish, to wind up your presentation.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker, and I do oblige. Madam Speaker, today we are calling on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the healthcare sector. How do we recommend this happen? How is this achieved? Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to put forward some recommendations for those on the other side to take note of. As a matter of priority, Madam Speaker, we need to focus on our most important resource, our human resource. We need to fill all vacancies in the healthcare system and foster an environment for growth and development. Education and training programs for healthcare professionals are instrumental in improving service delivery. By investing in continuous education and skills development, we can empower healthcare workers to provide better care and to keep updated on the latest advancement in medical practice. We need to develop initiatives to improve healthcare access. This can be achieved through the expansion of healthcare coverage via the community health centers operating hours and the implementation of programs to assist the vulnerable population. And you know, Madam Speaker, I was so happy to listen to the member for Toko Sangre speaking about the services being offered by the 17 or so health centers that he called out in the northeast section. But it was really sad to see the expression on the person next to him, the member for Point Fortin, because while Toko Sangre would have been boasting of the health centers and the services that he claimed being offered out there, and I know that they have problems also with all those health centers, what happened in Point Fortin is that during the People's Partnership, we had a health center down in Cedros that was to be operated on a 24-hour basis. We had health centers down in Icacos, and as soon as this government would have changed, Madam Speaker, that entire thing collapsed, and now it is no longer 24/7 healthcare access for the folks of Point Fortin. So I do hope that a hand will be extended to the people of Point Fortin, and that kind of healthcare service that they once received under the People's Partnership can once more be extended to them. Madam Speaker, moving on with some of the recommendations, we also need to complete a comprehensive equipment audit and invest in all that is needed to ensure our healthcare professionals have access to the necessary tools and equipment to effectively deliver high-quality healthcare services. We need to implement robust oversight mechanisms which involves regular audits, performance evaluations, and transparent reporting systems which hold all healthcare personnel accountable and ensure that resources are being utilized effectively for the greater benefit of all our citizens. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, we need to reduce the burden that is currently being placed on the healthcare sector. While our nurses and doctors may very well feel overwhelmed at this time, it should be the government's initiative and priority to promote and institute preventative health measures. These will include immunization against diseases, maintaining of healthy diet, upkeeping an exercise regime, engaging in routine medical checkups. Madam Speaker, the United National Congress, led by the member for Siparia, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisasa, has continued to encourage the nation of Trinidad and Tobago to pursue a healthy lifestyle through its Healthy Lifestyle program. In fact, in my constituency of Couva-North, under the patronage of the leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, we hosted a series of health initiatives entitled Celebrating Wellness, a Healthier TNT. The primary aim of this program was to provide the citizens of TNT with enjoyable, stimulating physical activities and to increase health literacy. The most popular of the activities attended by hundreds were the Zumba and aerobic fitness session. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the MP for Caroni East, who made that event a success, the MP for Kumoto Manzanilla, who made that event a success, and the vision and guidance provided by the member for Siparia for us to be able to successfully execute that program. It has been the aim of the United National Congress that by empowering and equipping communities to take charge of their health through prevention and self-management of chronic conditions, we can build a healthier population and achieve better health, physical, mental, and psychological for all. Earlier this month, Madam Speaker, our Healthy Lifestyle program was taken to the constituency of St. Joseph, where we held a community medical clinic at the Arangwes North Secondary School, again, under the guidance and patronage of the leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia. Many persons from that constituency and surrounding communities came out in their numbers to receive a free professional medical screening and consultation from a panel of doctors on site. And we also have to say a special thank you for Buddington Optical and the folks at Buddington Optical for providing free service in making that medical clinic happen. The member for Siparia shared a message of hope, empowerment, and responsibility. She stated that we are reminded of the invaluable importance of our health and well-being, and that the medical clinic represents a beacon of light, a sanctuary where individuals from all walks of life can access medical care, consultation, and guidance without the burden of financial constraints. Madam Speaker, this is the kind of love, commitment, and compassion that we see from our leader, encouraging us to go out on the ground, out on the field, all the members, my colleague, the member for Faizabad, and the other member for Kumoto, member for Caroni East, and to serve the people, because that has always been the mantra of our leader: serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. And that is what we on this side have continued to do. Madam Speaker, moving ahead with another preventative health measure that the government can use to reduce the burden of healthcare system and improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago is to encourage citizens to engage in a healthy, balanced diet. According to research done by Helen Miller of Medical News Today, an unbalanced diet restricts opportunities for physical development and increases the risk of non-communicable diseases. These can include cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, some types of cancer, to name a few. Encouraging a healthy diet for citizens means ensuring that local produce prices are affordable for all. However, when we look at what is happening in the country, we recognize that many families cannot afford to eat healthy. So, Madam Speaker, today I once more take this opportunity to once again ask those on the other side, to ask the government, where is the mandatory market box component that was supposed to supplement the food card program? That was something promised to be a permanent support to help vulnerable families that cannot afford these local producers. The Honorable Minister of Finance promised in his 2024 budget presentation that this initiative will become permanent, not only providing income for local farmers, but for families that relied on it, that needed it. And I quote here, Madam Speaker, from the presentation by the Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, we are reintroducing the Market Box program for the poor and vulnerable citizens. Market boxes were distributed across TNT during the COVID-19 pandemic. I have allocated 60 million in 2024 in the first instance for the resumption of the Market Box program, under which beneficiaries will be identified from the food card database, among other areas. The program will deliver market boxes to poor and vulnerable. NAMDEVCO, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, and the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services will support it, end quote. Madam Speaker, this was a commitment given by our Honorable Minister of Finance in this fiscal term. We are soon going to reach the mid-year review, and just now this term is going to end. And families who are poor and vulnerable still cannot afford to eat healthy, cannot afford to maintain a healthy diet, and these individuals end up putting a strain and a burden on our public healthcare system. If only we take proactive measures and we engage into preventative health measures, like ensuring that all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago can eat healthy, Madam Speaker, we will be definitely doing service to help our healthcare providers. Madam Speaker, as we move from diet, I turn to exercise and the importance of engaging in routine exercise to avoid the development of NCDs. However, to encourage citizens to use recreation ground and savannas to exercise is challenging based on the pervasive threat of crime plaguing our society. Crime is now restricting individual freedom, freedom of movement and engagement in outdoor activities. The fear of crime not only undermines individuals' sense of security, but also limits their access to recreational space and opportunities for physical activities. As a result, Madam Speaker, many individuals are forced to remain indoors, leading sedentary lifestyles, and further exacerbates health issues and contribute to the prevalence of chronic diseases. Parks, recreational centers, and community spaces remain underutilized because of the worrying situation facing all our citizens, that of crime. And once more, I use this opportunity to call on the government to take all the necessary measures to ensure that we can bring about safety and security for all our citizens. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to state that the state of healthcare in Trinidad and Tobago is nothing short of an emergency. The motion presented by the member for Caroni East sheds light on the appalling condition endured by both patient and healthcare professionals in our country. This debate reveals a healthcare system riddled with neglect, incompetence, and indifference from what the government would want to portray. Patients languish in overcrowded waiting rooms, endure delay for basic medical care, while healthcare workers are forced to toil under conditions of chronic understaffing and inadequate resources. Despite promises and hollow rhetoric, the reality on the ground speaks volume. A healthcare system in crisis, teetering on the brink of collapse. It is abundantly clear that the current administration, in deference to the suffering of these citizens, knows no bound. As representatives of the people, it is our solemn duty to hold the government accountable for its failures and demand immediate action to rectify the deplorable state of healthcare in our nation. The time for empty promises and half measures is over. The time for decisive action to ensure that every citizen has access to safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare they deserve. I implore my colleague in this honorable House to stand together in solidarity with the people of Trinidad and Tobago and support this motion. let us send a clear message to the government that enough is enough. The time for change is now. If you cannot fix the healthcare situation and the healthcare issues and the healthcare problems affecting the citizens of this country, call the elections now, and a UNC government under the leadership of Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar will fix it. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Rima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was listening very carefully to the honorable member for Couva North. He was going very good, He started to give some recommendations that was making a lot of sense. And then I realized what he's really here about, to call the elections. Now, why would you want to go back in opposition? Huh? Why would you want to go back in opposition? Comfort zone. So, Madam Speaker, I have now concluded, having listened to several of the speakers today, that this motion is brought with the intention of giving the impression to the public of Trinidad and Tobago that, as the honourable member just said, that the healthcare the situation is short of an emergency, and he talked about neglect and incompetence and call the elections. I just want to say to you that the Honourable Prime Minister will call the elections when he's ready to call the elections. And at this point in time, the people of Trinidad and Tobago are very satisfied with the People's National Movement. Now, when I look at this motion, I can understand that the motion is intended, and just the last paragraph, be it resolved that this House call on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of the health services and so on. They go into a lot of other things. But all of this is really tied to giving the impression that the healthcare situation is in such a bad way. Now, what I find very strange, and what the honourable member who just spoke sought to do, is to give the example of the Honourable Senator Avinash Singh. Because Avinash Singh was truthful enough to say that the records of his grandmother was lost, he wants to use that as an example of incompetence and negligence. We are not here, and I don't think any member on this side gave the impression that the healthcare system is perfect. Nobody said that. But on the other side, they want to give the impression that it is so imperfect that nothing is working. And you know what is ironical is that there are a lot of doctors on the opposition side, some of who have worked in the same health system that they are calling incompetent, negligent, and it's not working. That's the irony. So are you all saying that you yourselves have contributed to making the health sector that you are speaking about, that is so non-functional? And I don't have much time because, but I just want to say this, because I want to focus on just 3 areas very quickly. Another thing that the honourable member for Couva North wants to celebrate and say, well, the honourable member for Siparia is going all over the country and having these clinics. It went to St. Joseph. The honourable Prime Minister had his health clinic just a couple months ago, and I strongly suspect they are really copying the health clinics that we have been having all over the country. As a matter of fact, I think almost all my colleagues here have already had health clinics. And I want to use it. Yes, they could have gone to Maloney, they could have gone to Point Fortin, they could have gone to Lavantil West, they could have gone to Tobago East, they could have gone to Tobago West. And I want to invite you, honourable member for Couva North, come to Rima on Sunday. Come on Sunday. I want you to know, and I'm inviting you to let you know, because you spoke so much about health clinics and health clinics by the honourable member for Siparia. Come to Arima, to be exact, Santa Rosa Government Primary School, Sunday the 24th. Your blood pressure, glucose testing, blood cholesterol, diabetes, prostate, and stroke. I mean, I could go on and on. So don't boast about yourself. I mean, I normally wouldn't want to do it, but since you want to give the impression that you're all alone doing health clinic, come Arima, and come and get some testing. The other issue I want to talk about is that he used the Joint Select Committee, and I'm going to be very careful, Madam Speaker, because I know there are limitations. But they are both opposition as well as government members. The Honourable Member for Chaguanas East, who's on that committee, doing a very good job. There's nothing wrong because we're on our side, we can't say doing a very good job. And there's also the member for Toko Sandy Grande, Senator Naked. And one of the things that we did, and we were comfortable doing, is to looking into how the healthcare system is working and having members of the public coming to give recommendations. But not because we took that decision, it means again that the only thing you talk about is what is negative. Because there are a number of persons who attended those sessions who talk about how great the healthcare system is working. I mean, there's not a single person in here who could say that everything is perfect. I can give my stories too, but I can also speak of successes from members of my constituency who also came and said that they can talk about excellent service at the new Arima Health Facility. And I also want to say, you know, I'm getting tired of every time they have to talk about issues relating to health, they build Arima, they start Arima, you start point 14. Well, if you were in government, it's your responsibility to start it. Who else is supposed to do it? But you never finish. That's right. That's right. And you didn't take the loan, you didn't sign the agreement. And it was opened by the Honorable Terence Diansing, Minister of Health. And I was present. And it is not just a question you want to talk about this missing and that missing. You don't have drugs, you don't have equipment. Let's put it on record. Point 14, built by the People's National Movement, Arima, and to be completed, Sandy Grande, Roxborough. So it's not just a question of equipment. It's not just a question of digitalization, which I will speak about just now, but it is delivering for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So yes, the Honourable Member wants to say, so you know, they have a new strategy. The new strategy is to give the recommendation, and when we come and we open and we declare, they say, oh, the PNM steal their recommendation. Well, digitalization, the government, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, set up a Ministry of Digitalization. And he set it up for a reason. And the Honorable Terence Diansing has already entered negotiations with the Inter-American Development Bank to start the digitalization of patient records. One patient, one record. So don't come and give the impression that you're coming with this great recommendation. We already start that. That's right. We already way ahead. Been there, done that. And it was last year, if I recall correctly, the Honourable Member and myself, sitting as governor of the Inter-American Development Bank, had negotiations and concluded it. I want to tell the Honourable Minister of Health, you need to blow your horn or your trumpet a little more. And I want to say that very soon you will see where that is going to bear fruit. And yet it is not everywhere. The pilot project is starting in Arima. It's going to go to Port of Spain. It's going to go to Central. It's going to go to Point 14. It's going to go to Sandy Grande. And we will be able to demonstrate what a forward-thinking government and a People's National Movement government does for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I now want to go and focus on CDAP. Because, you know, they beat it like an oil drum. right? Everything is no drugs, CDAP, nowhere it have CDAP it out. You know what is ironical? When they were in government, because of the same fears that it ain't no CDAP, everybody complaining, they decided to do an evaluation of the CDAP program. Mm-hmm. Yes. And here, let me just read a little something here quickly. 2 minutes enough. 2 minutes, quick. The utilization of CDAP's benefit grew rapidly since its inception. However, the growth may not have necessarily evolved optimally or most cost-effectively. The Ministry of Health therefore sought to assess whether the overall goals of the CDAP were being met, to identify organizational options and measures for making CDAP permanent. Very quickly, a further perspective on CDAP was obtained from the questionnaire. So they did a survey, scientific data. The majority of doctors surveyed, 81.2%, indicated that the drugs supplied under CDAP are effective in the treatment of chronic diseases they target. This is UNC. A few doctors went on to indicate that the diabetic and hypertension drugs were especially effective. The majority of doctors were generally satisfied with the quality of CDAP drugs, with 66.3% of them being satisfied and 10.9% of them being very satisfied, a total of 72.2%. On the other hand, 21.8% of the doctors were dissatisfied. You see, we speak the truth, we don't hide it. It is interesting to note that the majority of doctors surveyed, 93%.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, ma'am. No need for you all to dust up. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, there is one matter that qualifies to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the House. I now call upon the member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I stand to raise a matter on the adjournment, which reads as follows: the need for the government to implement an action plan aimed at providing relief measures for victims of fire disasters. Madam Speaker, I want to preface this raised matter on the adjournment by stating that it is with utmost horror and utter bewilderment that this matter is being ventilated at this forum. Since all 41 constituencies will or have at some point experienced the frustration of dealing with such a situation. Madam Speaker, the big question is, why is there a total breakdown in the systems, processes, policies, procedures, or whatever may be applicable to persons who are reeling from the after effects of their homes being razed and or destroyed completely by fire? Madam Speaker, the raising of this matter in this House is born out of by sheer frustration and stress because of, in some cases, inaction and maybe callousness by the authorities. Madam Speaker, the decision to bring this motion is because of my fervent desire that this action would spur the government and agencies into action and minimize the psychological brutalizing of victims already traumatized with no positive discernible future. Madam Speaker, the intent, purpose, and objective is for the government to acknowledge and design a course of action via a speedier, more humane institution of measures, systems, and distribution of support services to fire victims. Madam Speaker, I want to refer to an article dated, Guardian article, 9th March 2024, headlined, "Family of 4 Left in Tears as Fire Destroys Presal Home." Madam Speaker, at present, it is a disaster which further compounds the already experienced disaster of a fire. And the psyche of the fire victims are dehumanized without any support systems to render assistance. Madam Speaker, today I say this cruelty towards fire victims must be stopped immediately. Today I want to highlight the challenges surrounding those affected by disasters, namely fire. The plight of those persons, Madam Speaker, reminds me of the Greek king Sisyphus, who, as an act of punishment, he was forced to roll a huge boulder uphill, only for it to roll back downhill every time it neared the top. And Madam Speaker, I'm using this analogy clearly because it reflects
Honourable members, it's only the motion on the adjournment has been moved. The question has not yet been put. I'm being disturbed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this analogy is what clearly reflects what fire victims endure. And a continuous exercise, it can be described as a continuous exercise in futility. Madam Speaker, I just want to review recent fire victims in my very own constituency of Shagona Seas from 2023 to present. The date, and I'm just relating to 4 fire victims, not calling their names. Date fire occurred, victim 1, 24th February 2023. Date of fire report received in June 2023. Victim 2, date fire occurred 4th October 2023. Date of fire report, awaiting fire report, Madam Speaker. Fire victim 3, date fire occurred 13 January 2024. Date of fire report, still awaiting fire report. Fire victim 4, 15 February 2024. Date of fire report, still awaiting fire report, Madam Speaker. And fires, Madam Speaker, the article I referred to earlier, the Guardian article, you would see the plea of this resident or this victim, and I quote, he, however, appealed to the fire services to expedite its fire report, which is required to solicit assistance from the various agencies. Madam Speaker, fires are a devastating force that can wreak havoc on the lives of our fellow citizens, leaving them in desperate need of assistance and support. But unfortunately, the current response mechanisms in place are falling short, and it's resulting in undue delays and suffering of those who have lost their homes, belongings, and sometimes even their loved ones. Because, Madam Speaker, one of these victims that I referred to lost a baby in the fire. So, Madam Speaker, whilst I acknowledge the hard work of the responding agencies, this matter remains a very critical and important one. It is evident, Madam Speaker, that the aftermath of fire disasters demand a more organized and efficient approach to provide swift relief to victims. It's not just the Minister of Social Development or the Ministry of Social Development. The Ministry of Sports and Community Development through self-help also assist. But, Madam Speaker, the process is long, tedious, and causing a lot of stress on our fire victims. Madam Speaker, one of the primary issues at hand is the lack of a well-defined and timely action plan for addressing the immediate needs. Yes, you may have grants, etc., but it's the time, Madam Speaker, that it takes and the long, drawn-out processes. Madam Speaker, these victims require not only shelter, but also essentials in most cases, food, clothing, medical attention. And these delays in providing these basic necessities are really and truly unacceptable and contribute to further stress. Madam Speaker, I propose the following key points: the establishment of emergency relief centers really dealing with the issues, the streamlining of communication channels to ensure that they are assisted, fire victims are assisted as quick as possible, swift financial assistance. We say 7 days at times, it does not happen that way, Madam Speaker. Psychological support services in instances where families may have lost loved ones, swift, again, Madam Speaker. and collaboration with NGOs. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would just like to say that fire victims in Trinidad and Tobago deserve more than the current ad hoc and delayed responses. And it is our duty, all 41 of us as representatives of the people, to ensure that they receive the support they need promptly and efficiently. Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to join hands in advocating for the implementation of a robust action plan that prioritizes the well-being and recovery of our fellow citizens and fire victims in their time of dire need. I want to say to the government and even all my colleagues, nobody asks for a fire disaster. Together, let us strive for Trinidad and Tobago where no one is left behind in the face of adversity. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to this motion brought by the Member of Parliament for Shogunas East. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is mandated with the responsibility to address the social challenges of poverty, social inequality, and social exclusion. The Ministry provides a safety net which spans tangible and intangible social grants and services to those on the fringe of society. During the times of disaster, Madam Speaker, the Ministry's role is that of a second responder, and as such, provides relief in the forms of grants and or psychosocial support to individuals and families as they become vulnerable to unforeseen disasters. The Ministry provides a range of general assistance grants aimed at facilitating the process of recovery of disaster victims. While the grants do not aim to replace all items destroyed in terms of the same value, it aims to bring a sense of normalcy to the affected persons. And these grants include household items, grant, $10,000 per household, temporary food support of $550, clothing up to $1,000 per household member, school supplies of up to $700 per child, primary level, and $1,000 per child at secondary level. Rental assistance grant, $2,500 per month for 3 months. Minor house repair allowances for up to $20,000 in material. Sanitary plumbing assistance, up to $15,000 in material. And house wiring assistance, also $15,000. When a disaster occurs, the Ministry's response forms part of a comprehensive collaborative approach, mobilizing a collective strategy to provide aid to individuals affected by disasters. In the event of a fire, the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service acts as the primary responder, promptly attending to the situation and preparing a fire report. This report is typically available or should be available for collection by the affected individual within 1 to 2 weeks of the incident. And I understand the member of Shogunas East mentioned how long it takes. And yes, indeed, sometimes it takes a while. And for us to be able to process this, we must have the fire report. And that in itself is something that we are working on because they need to have that fire report so that we can have proof of fire. In certain cases, the Disaster Management Unit of the Regional Corporation may also intervene, conducting assessments and providing necessary relief items to those individuals. Reports to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services of fire incidents may originate from various sources, including the affected individuals themselves, the regional corporations, members of parliament, the disaster management units, concerned citizens, and any other challenge. We accept the report. The provision of relief. We provide temporary food support, and this is the first form of relief provided and is issued immediately or within 24 hours of receipt of the notification of a fire. The rental assistance grant. Fire victims who are in need of the rental assistance grant are required to source a landlord who is willing to accept the invoice orders from the ministry. Documents required include the fire victim's national ID card, fire report, landlord's national ID card, rental agreement, proof of property ownership, landlord letter agreeing to accept the rental assistance grant. The assigned officer will provide support to the client while ensuring that the landlord meets the requirement before the client moves into the apartment. So later on, I'll talk about some of the challenges faced. The 10,000 per household grant is to help fire victims replace basic household items and basic furniture and appliances. The Ministry Family Services uses a standardized guide to determine the cost to be given to replace each item, and further, fire victims must source quotations for any of the required basic items. That is the process. Clothing grant. Fire victims must also source the quotations from the suppliers and submit to the ministry for processing. School supplies grant, same thing. So following the submission of the required documents, the invoice orders are issued directly to the suppliers, and the fire victims are contacted by the assigned officer for collection. So, Madam Speaker, for the period October 1st, 2019 to March 11, 2024, the ministry has provided relief to fire victims in the amount of $668,819.78, representing applications from 1,223 households. The ministry also provides psychosocial support and counseling services to fire victims through the assignment of a family social service officer. This officer, in addition to assessing the needs of the family, will also provide referral and advocacy services. Sometimes they are always approached for psychosocial support, but at times persons would delay when the social workers approach them for it, which we understand because sometimes you're going through so much trauma, you're not ready to speak, okay? But it is not that we do not provide the support to them. We do have some challenges, and we also are working on those challenges, and some of them include the lack of consistent protocol for notifying the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services about fire events, placing the responsibility on fire victims to initiate the application process for available grants. Additional delays may occur when clients fail to promptly submit fire reports to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Our recommendation and the action that we are taking is that the ministry proposed to launch a public information and education campaign on disaster relief, particularly focusing on fire disasters, because many times persons apply and yet there's no fire report. So we have to ensure that they have the fire report, even though some of the members of parliament would call or some would send in the information, but without a fire report. We must have that fire report to start the processing. Providing immediate accommodation to fire disaster victims presents a significant challenge for the ministry also. So while the rental assistance grant is available, it relies on clients securing landlords, and sometimes there's an issue with that. Victims are encouraged to seek temporary housing with extended family. That's what we do initially. If this option is not feasible, assistance may be sought through the Regional Corporation Disaster Management Unit for shelter or from NGOs for temporary housing. So we have formed relationships with NGOs so that they can also assist us. Referrals are also made to the Ministry of Housing for emergency housing. To address this challenge, the immediate temporary accommodation, the ministry initiated a project to establish a transitional housing facility, and the first facility is located in Penal, comprises 5 dedicated apartments, an administrative office, and it is at 70% completion. Additional, the ministry is pursuing the acquisition of another facility in Pointe-à-Pierre for the same purpose. There are a number of suppliers willing to accept government invoice orders. Some of them are not willing to accept it, and this poses a challenge for fire victims seeking assistance also. This process can be tough, with suppliers potentially opting out during the grant process. The ministry is exploring innovative approaches to service delivery, including the development of a social benefits wallet in partnership with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the United Nations Development Program. And this wallet will digitize social benefits transfers, which will enable the clients to make digital payments to suppliers, eliminating the need for invoice orders. The introduction of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act has complicated the grant administration process also. for disaster relief, as non-monetary grants are considered under procurement activity by the Office of Procurement Regulations. To counteract this, though, the ministry received some guidelines from the Office of Procurement, and we are in the process of revising our special guidelines for the Office of Procurement Regulations approval to support its grant administration activities for disaster events. We are also actively pursuing the recruitment of additional human resources to support our disaster response and relief efforts. We have enhanced our collaboration among the various ministries, departments, and agencies involved in responding to fire victim needs if necessary. Stakeholder discussions are encouraged for a comprehensive strategy to strengthen response and relief provision. So I agree with the Member of Parliament for Shogunas East. We have been forging alliances with NGOs and strategic partners to help so that we could try to be quicker with our responses to the fire victims. Ultimately, we are also pursuing the development of a shock response social protection policy, which will factor the input of various stakeholder agencies.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute left for speaking.
Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, the Ministry reaffirms its unwavering commitment to fulfilling its mandate of assisting, empowering, and transforming lives, and in this pursuit, we remain dedicated to ensuring that robust systems are installed to detect, respond, and monitor disaster events so that no one is left behind. And yes, indeed, we have a comprehensive plan in place. Thank you.
Honourable members, as you are aware, we are in the season of Lent, and we are about to enter the Holy Week observed by Christians. I will now invite greetings on the occasion of Easter. The member for Digo Martin, North East.
Madam Speaker, as it is written in the Bible, thus it is written that the Messiah would suffer and rise from the dead on the third day. For those who don't know, that is Luke chapter 24, verse 46. And Luke is one of the better written Gospels in the Bible. Easter is the oldest Christian holiday. And again, for those who do not know, the timing of Easter is different every year because it is related to the spring equinox. And the reason why it is related to the spring equinox is because the Roman Emperor Constantine, in the year 325, at the Council of Nicaea, decided that he would abolish all the pagan festivals at that time, and he would decree that Easter would be held around that time, around the time of the equinox. So it is related to the full moon, and it's a particular period of time after the equinox, and therefore Easter Sunday can fall on any day between the 22nd of March and the 16th of April, depending on the moon and the timing of the equinox. So that explains why Easter is different every single year. But with respect to Christians, we consider it to be the most important Christian holiday. It is the oldest Christian holiday. And all Catholic feasts in particular, and all Catholic celebrations and dates revolve around the central feast of Easter. We mark it, as I indicated, as the first Sunday that follows the full moon of the spring equinox. In fact, the last day it could be is the 25th of April. We celebrate Christ's resurrection from the dead at Easter. One of the practices of Easter is the joyous greeting of Christ is risen, and he is risen indeed. It's a symbolic reminder for all Catholics that Jesus has overcome death, and it marks the victory of good over evil. And this is also illustrated in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, 17, where St. Paul wrote that unless Christ rose from the dead, our faith is in vain. By sacrificing himself, Jesus Christ saved humanity from the shackles of sin. His eventual resurrection is a promise of a new life. It shows that our faith in him is alive and powerful. It is also a powerful reminder to all of us that trusting in God will pull you up from the depths of despair. Prior to Easter, Catholics observe 40 days of prayer and fasting, which culminates in Holy Week, and this is the season of Lent that I'm referring to. For us Catholics, it is indeed a joyous celebration. For those of us who go to Mass every Sunday, we observe that the churches are packed on Easter Sunday because it is a requirement for Catholics to go to Mass once per year between Palm Sunday and Easter Sunday. So you always find that on Palm Sunday and Easter Sunday, the churches are packed. On behalf of the People's National Movement, on behalf of myself and the government, we have observed that Easter has transcended the Catholic faith, as it does with other celebrations such as Eid al-Fitr, which will fortuitously fall within the Easter week. This quite often happens, this confluence of Eid is on the 10th of April, my dear fellow. Eid is on the 10th of April, so that it is going to fall within that period. And therefore, we as Trinidad and Tobagonians, we celebrate all religious observances. We celebrate Eid, we celebrate Diwali, and all of our brethren celebrate Easter. So we, on behalf of the PNM and on behalf of the government, I join with the rest of the national community celebrating the resurrection of Christ and the joyous celebration of the victory of good over evil that represents. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the opposition leader, opposition members of Parliament and the United National Congress, I rise to offer solemn Holy Week and warm Easter greetings to the citizens of our nation. As we meet here today as a Parliament, the Christian community, and more specifically Catholics across the globe, are observing the final days of the Lenten period, which is a special time of prayer, penance, sacrifice, and good works in preparation for the celebration of Easter. Today we commend their sacrifice and journey of spiritual enrichment. Easter is the most significant celebration in the Christian faith because it symbolizes and celebrates the foundation of our belief that God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son. Easter, therefore, is a celebration acknowledgement and an appreciation of God's unwavering love for humanity, a love which we should all replicate for each other. As we celebrate this joyous sacred celebration, we often say, Christ is risen, he is truly risen. The word truly reminds us that our hope is not an illusion, but the truth is now present with us in the Lord Jesus. He reminds us that hope for humanity is not just a statement, but it is present in the resurrection of Jesus Christ. However, before the celebration of Easter, we observe the very solemn and prayerful week of Holy Week. Holy Week is a sacred time of reflection on the sacrifices that have been made for us, and those sacrifices we must make in an effort to improve our lives as well as the lives of others. Therefore, Holy Week and Easter both have a pertinent message for all of us as citizens, representatives, leaders, and those in authority, which we can all learn from despite our different religious beliefs, the message of selfless sacrifice. It is so too we as citizens of this nation must make selfless sacrifices to ensure we work to better the lives of those around us as we build our beautiful Twin Island Republic. This Easter, I pray that we take time to appreciate our loved ones, spend time with our loved ones, and even come together to help the vulnerable in our communities. On behalf of the opposition, Madam Speaker, we'd like to offer you warm Easter greetings to you and your family and all the parliamentarian staff. I thank you.
Honourable members, I too would like to offer greetings on the occasion of Easter. Honourable members, Easter is the foremost Christian holiday as it celebrates the resurrection of Jesus Christ after his sacrificial death. It is this sacrificial love which underpins and unites all Christianity. As we celebrate this season with our festive Easter bonnet parades, Easter egg hunts, and of course, kite flying in the savannah, I would like to emphasize that this is a season of hope and joy, and most importantly, it celebrates the power of sacrificial love and service. May the hope that permeates the Easter atmosphere remind us as a nation that there's always light after the darkest night, that our challenges should neither consume us nor define us, but should fortify us in readiness to see these challenges through, waiting expectantly for the joy that will come when we triumph. May the love and forgiveness that was freely given on the cross help us to be more compassionate in our families, workspaces, and to our fellow citizens. May we remember, especially in this August House, that service involves sacrifice and it is selfless. As we enter Holy Week, we should also note that sometimes we are loved by those whom we serve, and on other occasions, we are not. However, this should not deter us as members of Parliament, and indeed the wider public from giving of ourselves to improve our homes, our families, our communities, and ultimately our country. I therefore take this opportunity on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and on my own behalf to extend to the Christian community and of all Trinidad and Tobago a happy and holy Easter. Honourable members, spiritual Shelter Baptist Liberation Day will be celebrated on March 30th, 2024. I will now invite greetings on this special occasion. I call upon the member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to extend warm greetings on behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago to the Spiritual Baptist community who will celebrate Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day on March 30th, 2024. On this day, the nation will commemorate the repeal on 30th of March 1951 of the 1917 Shelter Prohibition Ordinance that outlawed the activities of the Shelter or Spiritual Baptist faith and sought to silence the voices of the Spiritual Baptist community. It is a day to honor the resilience and perseverance of our fellow citizens who, despite facing oppression, remained steadfast in their faith and devotion. The significance of this was not lost on me as I attended last week the annual pilgrimage of the St. Philomen's Spiritual Baptist Church at La Fortune Road, Febo Village, San Juan. No longer constrained by unjust laws, members of the Spiritual Baptist faith worshipped openly, joyfully, embracing their beliefs without fear of persecution. They sang, they danced, they anointed, they drummed, they rang their bells, burned their candles and incense, and made a most joyful noise. This freedom to practice one's religion is a fundamental right that we now cherish and uphold in our democratic society. As I joined the singing and prayer, I wondered at the discrimination that passed for normal in societies gone by. And I contemplated how the celebration of this national holiday could serve as an annual reminder of what we must continuously guard against, both in the present and in the future. Discrimination against the spiritual Baptists had roots much deeper than what they wore or how they worshipped. It spoke to our colonial legacy and the inherent wish of a society, as it then existed, to maintain a status quo where the unknown was untrusted and should be stamped out at any cost. Therefore, while we celebrate on March 30th the abolition of a most egregious example of that behavior, we must continue to guard against the principle of discrimination in our society and consciously promote the principles of equity and inclusion. It is for this reason that the government, led by Prime Minister Keith Rowley, took the decision to award land to the Spiritual Baptists for the construction of a cathedral in Hoover in 2019, followed by a grant of $10 million towards that construction in 2020. Every creed and race must find an equal place in Trinidad and Tobago. Today, let us reflect on the enduring symbol of the bell, a symbol of faith, resilience, and freedom. Let its clear resonance serve as a reminder of the triumph of the human spirit over oppression and injustice. On behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, we wish the spiritual Baptists among us a holy and celebratory day as they live out the dreams of their ancestors, proclaiming their faith and worshiping proudly in a Trinidad and Tobago that acknowledges and accepts them as equal citizens, eminently worthy of every freedom and all the support that other religions have received over the years. Trinidad and Tobago is a better place because of our spiritual Baptist community. Madam Speaker, I close with the words of a hymn cherished by the spiritual Baptist community, words which must have seen them through dark times as they looked with hope to a future where their children would wear their spiritual Baptist faith as a badge of honor. Be thou my guardian and my guide, and hear me when I call. Let not my slippery footsteps slide, and hold me lest I fall. The world, the flesh, and Satan dwell around the path I tread. O save me from the snares of hell, thou quickener of the dead. And if I tempted am to sin, and outward things are strong, do thou, O Lord, keep watch within, and save my soul from wrong. Still let me ever watch and pray, and feel that I am frail, that if the tempter cross my way, yet he may not prevail. Happy Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day to the Spiritual Baptist community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As we commemorate Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day, we are reminded of the enduring spirit and resilience of our community in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I am deeply honored to stand before you and this House, representing the steadfast commitment of the Leader of Opposition, the Member for Superior, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and the United National Congress. This day holds profound significance, marking not only a celebration of faith, but it really is a tribute to the triumphant journey of the Shouter Baptist community in Trinidad and Tobago. This year, we are celebrating another year of the repeal of the Shouter Baptist Prohibition Ordinance. That ordinance lasted for 34 years, from 1917 to 1951. Can anyone today imagine 34 years when just praying to your God was a crime? When it was normal to be brutalized by the police for raising a hymn, for holding flowers, imagine that, or for carrying on worship. Today, we take these things for granted. The journey of the spiritual Shouter Baptist community has really been fraught with challenges, from persecution to marginalization. And to date, I say, they still have some way to go into full integration. But yet, through unwavering faith and steadfast determination, they have overcome many obstacles in their path through their resilience. And as we reflect on the significance of this day, we in the United National Congress pledge our continued commitment towards promoting further recognition and inclusivity of the spiritual Shouter Baptist community. In fact, it was under the leadership of the UNC in government that the Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day was rightfully established as a national holiday in Trinidad and Tobago for the first time in history. And this is a testament to our unwavering dedication to honoring the cultural heritage of the community. The lands granted to churches and institutions of the Spiritual Baptist Shouter faith under the UNC government also stand as testament to the hard-fought victories, ensuring that their faith is honored and respected. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, the St. Barbara's Spiritual Baptist School, which is the only school of its faith in Trinidad and Tobago, stands in the constituency of St. Augustine in Maloney, south of the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway. And just a few days ago, I visited the school, and I was warmly welcomed by the principal and teachers, and I must make special mention of Archbishop Barbara Burke, former senator under the UNC-led government. And they were participating in a head tie pageant. And that is part of passing on traditions and practicing their faith and incorporating it into their life. And I feel so proud to know that they are not just a school, but they are teaching their way of life and their spirituality. So today I honor them for that. The UNC continues to embrace all cultures. Spiritual Baptist celebrations are, in Trinidad and Tobago, to me, a representation of hope, a hope that lived in the heart of our forefathers in this country, a hope that catapulted that reinvigoration to repeal the Prohibition Ordinance after 34 years of struggle. And it is a hope that we can all take from that will give us the will to live to tomorrow. So as we stand with the Baptist community on their Liberation Day, we in the United National Congress reaffirm our commitment to preserving our heritage and upholding the legacy of our ancestors in Trinidad and Tobago. And let us draw strength from the past as we continue to advocate for justice, equality, and recognition for all. Madam Speaker, allow me to end with Psalm 30, verse 5. Weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. And might I add, so too will the rising sun. I thank you.
Honorable members, I too would like to offer greetings to the Spiritual Shouter Baptist community as its members begin to prepare to celebrate Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day, which has been a public holiday in Trinidad and Tobago since 1996. As a syncretic religious practice, the Spiritual Shouter Baptist faith features a combination of elements of faiths originating in regions along the West African coast, with elements of European Protestant Christianity, which came into contact with each other during the colonial period, particularly in the 19th century. Early in the 20th century, believers were unjustly deprived of the freedom to worship and to fully express their culture with the enactment of the Shouter Prohibition Ordinance of 1917, which was eventually repealed in 1951. Those similar faiths infused with both African and European influences can be found elsewhere in the Americas. The Spiritual Shouter Baptist faith, as it exists in Trinidad and Tobago, has taken on its own unique identity. The history and progress of the Spiritual Shouter Baptist community is therefore inextricably linked to the overall journey of Trinidad and Tobago from a colonial society to an independent nation, striving to ensure that every creed and race find an equal place. May the bells of resilience, justice, peace, and love continue to chime loudly, and may these principles continue to order our steps as a nation. I therefore take this opportunity on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and on my own behalf to extend best wishes to the spiritual Shouter Baptist community. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.